Lucius, Virina, Gade, Varys, and our newcomer. Are you all ready?
I are.
Think so.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and get started. All right, everybody, welcome back and welcome to Mystery of the Anomalies, Episode 3 Set Sail for the Horizon. Last we left our valiant adventurers. After washing up on the shore on this island, after collecting themselves, they found themselves with an additional member washed up on the beach. After meeting Varys and proving to him, or rather, Varys proving to the party that he has no malice intent, the party allows him to join them as they set out and go to a fire, to the smoke that they had spotted on the horizon. Our brave Gade and Lucius went to investigate and scout ahead. Upon arriving, they noticed people, a small village. It wasn't the liveliest of villages, but the people seemed happy. While they're trying to investigate and see what or who these people might be, and if they were violent in any nature, they were suddenly surprised by an old man with a long beard, nicely kept, snuck up behind them and startled poor Gade and Lucius. Upon speaking with this individual, he merely said that they should all join him in the village, to which Lucius and Gade quickly ran off to go get their fellow compatriots. They gathered them and made their way back to the village, where they spoke with the old man once again near a campfire. They found out that this man's name is Bao Pharo. Upon speaking with him, he told them tales of how he too had come across Leviathan, who mysteriously appeared one day and also destroyed his sailing vessel. Afterwards, Bao had welcomed the party to stay for the night, to recoup from the harrowing adventure that they had endured. The party made their way over to the huts that Bao had offered them to stay in. Upon resting for the remainder of their evening and through the night, they met one of the other village people by the name of Naomi. Whereas Bao Pharaoh was very kind and welcoming, Naomi was anything but kind and welcoming. She came off as very harsh, and the party was very suspicious of her. However, she did provide them with food, water, and made sure that everyone was comfortable, even though she was not happy about it. As the night drew on, the party had everybody stand watch for a while to make sure that nothing would sneak up on them. They noticed that someone was keeping an eye on them, but nothing happened during the night, and the party got a well night's rest. In the morning, they had woken up to Naomi once more, bringing them something to eat for breakfast, and a jug of this hot brown liquid, which they referred to as, or rather, they find out later from speaking with Bao, to be Vuda. They had their suspicions on what this was, but outside of that, they felt alive and ready to get the day started. And now we catch up to where we last left off, in Tarocca Village. The party is now making their way over after eating breakfast to meet with Bao Pharo once more at the fire pit. As the party begins making their way, G'day pauses for a second, but then immediately snaps back. I need everyone except for G'day to roll perception. Virina, Varys. Perception, please. Virina, are you with us? Varys. Oh, you're in and out, so we'll do that for you. Give me Varys. All right, Virina, perception, please. Is she working on it, Lucius?
She's logging in.
Okay. All right, I will, but she can hear me, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So we will just go... Oh, there she goes. Cool. All right, so Gyro, Varys, and Virina, y'all notice that G'day has a sweat on her brow out of nowhere. Before, she did not have any perspiration on her skin, but now she does. What would you three like to do?
I want to check if she's okay.
All right, go ahead and roleplay that out.
I kind of like walk over to her real slow, like, and then I kind of like poke at her with my shield a little bit to see if she notices.
Do I see him do this?
You do, because you're still on his shoulder.
Yes. All right, perfect.
Hello.
I say, Shield, what are you doing?
I just wanted to make sure she was okay because I've never seen her sweat before.
Oh, she's perspiring.
Yeah.
I say, Giant! Giant!
G'day seems to be sitting and mumbling lightly to herself, but not responding back to you.
Do you respond to him poking you with the shield?
I do not.
Should I say, shield? What do you make of this? I do not know quite what may be happening.
I don't either. Does anybody else have any ideas? Maybe I should heal her. Just do what should I do?
Perhaps if you do a spell that would replenish her, then maybe.
At this time, I hop down and I like scurry over toward the front of her, and I'm looking at her in very squirrel fashion, and I'm like,
Giant!
At this
Hello there! Can you hear us?
at this time, Varys also walks over and kind of cocks his head down, looking at G'day's face. He kind of waves his hand in front of her eyes before going, "G'day, are you all right?"
Shield, go ahead and cast your magics.
I mean, which one should I cast?
You have more than one.
Yes.
Fine. Quercus, do you hear that?
Can't you just like move the blood around in her body and see if she kind of like wakes up from it?
Perhaps I can, but mayhaps we should try something a little less invasive at this junction.
Maybe. Let me see. What if we just kind of like left her here?
What say you, Varys?
I don't know, man. She's just not moving. At this point, Varys is gonna reach his arm down onto G'day's shoulder and kind of shake her a little bit.
Can I
You
visibly
can kind
see?
of notice,
Sorry,
as
go
I'm
ahead.
mumbling, you can make out the words something about Sobek, Calasandra, running.
Do I see her coin purse?
Roll perception.
Do I? That's a 18.
You do see her coin purse.
Okay, I'm gonna slowly reach down to grab it. And then I'm gonna pick it up and kind of like shake it in front of her face.
How does G'day respond?
She kind of snaps out of it angrily and snatches it back.
Yes, sir, it is.
I've already had someone steal.
I got 'em all
something
set
from
up
me
on
once. I
YouTube
won't
as well.
allow another to do it.
Hey. I was just trying to wake you up. If I really wanted to take it, you wouldn't have heard anything.
Ye
There
gods.
are lots of things I can do to you that you wouldn't hear either. Give me back my coin.
Okay, you can have them. I was just saying, I mean, you're over here mumbling in your sleep talking about Cassandra and running and all this other nonsense. I was just trying to wake you up.
By the way, Giant, what was that? Was that some sort of meditation or madness?
Well, I find myself too dignified for madness, though I guess that's not far off.
Who is, if I may be so bold as to gander a response, who is this Cassandra? You speak up.
Well, I say I'm not a mercenary, and that is true. Cassandra was once my sister and my friend.
Cassandra, my apologies.
That is all I want to speak of at this time.
Well, at least you didn't get your coins taken. That's all I'm saying.
And neither you your head.
Which I am grateful for.
At this time, I kind of creep up or crowd or like move closer um, in very squirrel form toward the day, and I place a paw on her knee. And
Giant, we all have our skeletons in our closets, proverbially speaking. Perhaps in time you will feel more enabled to share, and I too will lend an open ear. But now I ask that you,
and I kind of snap.
come back to the present. We have some matters to attend to.
You are right. Maybe in time I will be able to open to your ear, but at this time, if I am not cautious, I will be the skeleton. However, to do that, I should be in the present. You are right.
Mine now.
I kind of like put an elbow up on her knee, and I'm standing up, like almost like I'm at a bar. I lean in.
Now, you say that if certain things don't happen, then you will be a skeleton yourself. If you bring danger, I think it wise you share with the rest of the group what may come about.
It may be true that I bring danger. That I will not deny. But we are far from my homelands, and I doubt my kinsfolk will find me here. I believe you all to be safe. Now, no more do I wish to talk about this.
I back up.
I understand. Well then,
And I jump back over onto the leg of Gyro, and I climb up to his shoulder.
then it is settled. She's not mad. She's just out of sorts.
Just a tiny bit mad, yes.
Yes, yes.
Alright. At this time, Varys just kind of breathes out a little sigh and he says, "Alright, well, we should probably get going to meet Bao. He's probably waiting for us in anticipation."
Okay.
And he starts walking off towards the campfire.
All right, Shield.
Shall we?
We
He
shall.
had the opportunity to kill us before. Why not follow
then
him now?
I literally just pick Lucius up and put him on my shoulder without his consent.
And I'm just like, away we go.
All right. You all continue making your way down the pathway, and you find yourselves at the familiar campfire with this friendly old man that you come to know as Bao Pharo, awaiting you at the campfire. Staff in hand, he rises himself up from the bench and goes, "Ah, yes. Welcome. I hope you all had a relaxing night and a tasty breakfast."
Yes, we did. Well, some did.
And I kind of look around.
The brown liquid was the most delicious part. Let's say that.
Ah, yes. The Buddha water. It is quite good for giving you a pep. And he kind of stretches and you hear a couple of bones crack. Pep in your step in the morning. Really gets everything going. Now come, sit. We have matters to discuss. What do you all do?
Well, I'm on Gyro's shoulder.
I sit and stare intently at Bao.
Okay.
I also want to ask a little bit more about the water he gave us, the brown water. What is that made of exactly?
Ah, you see, that is Buddha water. We heat up the water over a fire, bringing it to a nice boil. And then we take the beans from the Buddha plant that grow on this island. We smash them into fine grains before we soak them in the water for a few minutes.
Oh, that sounds similar to something that we have in my swampland. Only we call it swamp root juice. It also gives you a pep in the morning, though ours tastes a little bit more swampy than this, which I do prefer.
I suppose there's something around for everyone that is similar. Unfortunately, ours are rather bitter, but it gets the job done. Virina, what are you doing?
Let me go check with her. Hold on.
I was doing that. Gyro, what are you doing?
Eating. I have like a couple questions. So what does he want us to do exactly before I agree to do whatever he wants us to do?
Pose it in the form of a question.
So what would you have us do exactly, sir?
I see. Straight to the point. Very well. So, as you all have encountered Leviathan and lived to tell the story, I have a feeling that you could be exactly what the Taraka region requires.
Okay.
From what we've gathered, or rather what I have gathered through various rumors over the years, weird creatures and people have been appearing in a thick mist seeing as you have all encountered Leviathan and lived, I would like to propose to you that you head out and investigate these on my behalf. I will grant you all a ship and the ability to travel to the different islands within the region.
Okay. So I have two questions. One, how much are you paying us? And two, what are you doing to fund this adventure?
As far as funding goes, unfortunately, we are not a village of commerce, per se. We don't have goods coming and going to raise a substantial amount of money. But I'm merely asking you to do this on my behalf, as unfortunately something has appeared on this island as well, and both myself and Naomi cannot afford to leave. In return, though, I will grant you my ship, as well as supplies, for what we are able to offer.
Now, with no hint of malice, I want to ask, giving us a ship coming off this island, wouldn't that be like sending a guppy into a school of sharks? We had no way of protecting ourselves before. How would we now against the Leviathan?
Oh, you see, of all the years that I have known about Leviathan, we have only heard of his appearance a small handful of times. And even then, while I cannot guarantee that the passage will be safe, I can at least guarantee that the vessel will be fast enough to escape and sturdy enough to survive.
And the Leviathan.
So, how do you expect us to do this?
My ship is stashed away in the Eastern Sea Cave. So, what I propose is that I will provide you with the necessary provisions up front before you leave the village. And then you can head to the sea cave to retrieve the vessel and set out. Welcome, Bears.
I don't know how much I trust what you're telling us, sir.
Sir Gyro. I do call you sir, right? Because you're like a knight, right?
I mean, you
By
can.
the gods he speaks.
So, I mean, this guy is talking about giving us a ship. With my know-how and my knack and my skill, I could probably make great improvements on the ship to serve us better than its current capacity. I'm all for a little fun and adventure. Plus, I just can't get by with a giant sea snake eating people. It's just something just not right about that.
I mean, I guess as long as we can get off the island.
You spoke of danger on the island. What danger is that you're asking us to deal with?
Worry not about the danger on this island. Naomi and myself will see to it personally. We've been attempting to track it for a number of days, but to no success. Every time we feel like we get close, it vanishes. So based on how it is acting, I feel it is not one that wants to do an upfront confrontation, which makes it all that much more tricky for us to locate and deal with.
So let's take what we do know about the beast and start putting our heads together and be more cunning than the beast. We know that one, he comes out of a mist, and this mist seems to be closely related to these orbs of some sort that seem to be dispersed across the islands. Is there one here, Bao?
There are no such orbs that these creatures appear from. They just appear from the mist. There's a few that I've heard rumors of. There's the one currently on this island now that we've been tracking. There is Leviathan, which rarely appears. There's even one, and then these are the ones that I know of from the islands that I have gathered throughout the years. You see him kind of lift his staff and smack it against the ground, and you hear a loud thump. And you hear Bao call out, "Naomi, please bring forth the items that I have asked you to prepare, and bring our new friend as well." At that point, you all watch as from the chief's hut behind you, Naomi appears with a small chest in her hand. As she exits the house, another individual walks out behind her as well. And I'll set that token up in a second. But this will do.
DM.
Good day.
Oh, go ahead, good day.
I was gonna say, G'day sputters in disgust and says, more fish people.
I would freaking love it. May I roll an insight check? Because I feel like Bao is not being entirely forthcoming with us. And I feel like he's withholding information.
Alright, go ahead and roll insight.
Come on, baby, big number. Why? Why is the 20 on the wrong side? Oh, I saw that 19 and then I saw the 8. All right.
As you look, as you watch as Bao is speaking to everybody and calling for Naomi, you kind of squint your eyes like you're trying to get a sense that something isn't exactly as it seems with what he is telling you, but you quickly kind of shake your head and push it to the back of your mind.
Excuse me, fine giant. I apologize, I don't mean any disrespect, but there's something that seems a little bit odd about all of this. You ask us to take on such a task, yet tell us to not worry about the going-ons on the island itself. Can you please explain why we should not see the two as connected?
Well, we greatly appreciate your concern here. Unfortunately, this is not something that you all need to worry yourselves about for this island. Naomi and myself have executed a few of these things that have appeared on the island before. One more is not that much of an issue for us. Just tracking the damn bastard is the tricky part.
So, do you wish us to fully rid you of the serpent?
If you're able to take down Leviathan, that would be one hell of a feat that not even I was able to accomplish. If you do, you would have my utmost gratitude. And if you were to bring me back, say its head, scales, or some proof of its death, well, perhaps there's a few things that I could teach you youngins as well.
I say, you may be old, man, but I am no fool. I know a few tricks myself.
Oh, really? By all means, please demonstrate.
Oh, no. I kind of like blush a little bit.
Varys kind of looks over and he kind of gets back that look of disdain he had with Lucius before, and it's like,
I kind of side eye him, and there's a little bit of sadness that I feel in my heart, but I don't show it.
All right, Philip, go ahead
I
and
wish
drop your
to
token.
leave.
Oh, you can drop your frickin' token!
So I wish to lean forward towards Bao and say, I have been trained as a ranger for the majority of my life, and that is mostly in stealth and listening to the environment around us. Yet you were able to come up behind us so easily. What did you do in your previous life?
Not so much a previous life. But when you see him kind of stroke his beard a little bit. When I was like 80 years younger, oh, the things that I had taken down. This village used to prosper. But as soon as Leviathan showed up, that's when everything changed. And now we just make do with what we can. If your young friend over here, and he kind of gestures his hand at Lucius, cares to demonstrate his prowess, I'd be more than happy to demonstrate a little bit of mine as well.
I say, giant.
And I kind of like stroke my whiskers a little bit.
Hmm.
You wish to see a demonstration of what I can bring. Well, then a demonstration we shall give.
I pull out my dagger and I say,
With great power, an equal exchange must take place.
and I slash my paw, and blood begins to drip.
Where you at?
And then you watch as my other paw catches it, and then the blood begins to swirl between the two paws. And I take.
Is he still on my shoulder?
Yes, I take
Mhm.
3 points of damage as blood begins to pool in between the two paws and swirl, and then the blood begins to cover both paws, and I flex, and you see as blue flames begin to rise over both of my paws, and a frost begins to drizzle down. And you feel, you, Gyro, feel just the slightest tinge of cold as my paw kind of grazes your scales.
and I say, now, what do you think of this?
And I hold my paws up.
You watch as, while you're doing this, you watch and everyone sees as Bao stands up and makes his way over and watches you perform your magic in front of him. Ah, blood magic. A very frowned upon ability, but yet a very mystical and beautiful sight to behold. Not many do travel down this route, but it is impressive nonetheless.
While he's talking, can I heal his hand?
Go for it if you want.
Okay. So while he's talking, I reach my finger up and I like touch his hand and heal it,
Okay.
making his disappear.
And I fold my arms and I turn, but there's like a slight smile, a smirk.
Bao takes his staff and he kind of taps it against your chest, Gyro. He goes, I see we've got a little bit of a trickster here. Tell me, are you perhaps one of the Paladin Knighthood?
By the way, Gyro,
I am.
I
Yes.
did not need the healing, but I thank you.
Oh, I know. I just think it's funny whenever your blood drops to the floor.
I don't. You know.
As do I, you dirty magic.
Hey. Excuse me, you giant over there. Understand that I have come to your aid more than once.
And by the way, and I turn to Gyro as I'm finished speaking with G'day.
And by the way, this does not mean I owe you any more.
And then I turn back, and I'm looking directly at Varys and just kind of staring at him.
Okay. But yes, Val. Yes,
He
I-
stares back at him very coldly.
Paladin. Very noble profession. Very well then. All right. You've showed me what you have to offer and what you bring to the table. Allow me to demonstrate. Everyone watches as Bao steps back over towards this hut. Naomi, Cypress, please join me by my sides. You watch as Naomi leads Cypress over to Bao's side. You watch as Bao kind of straightens out his posture and brings his staff to his right side. He smacks his staff, but on the ground you hear another thump. I want everyone to roll a perception for me.
Damn it. Let's do this.
Me too, Danny?
Yes.
Okay.
Somebody's catching that hate. Did it do it?
Yes, it did.
Oh. Oops.
What are we rolling? Perception?
Mhm.
Oh,
We're taking my first one, right? We're taking my first one.
Cypress, you get to roll with advantage because Naomi's gonna poke you and say you may want to hold your breath. All right, cool. All right, now I need everyone to roll a Constitution.
Constitution. Constitution?
Yep.
Fuck. Oh!
Whoops.
Oh, not one.
Damn it.
Okay.
I pressed the wrong one.
Shield, I'm going to need you to be a little bit more
Rolled a 2.
beefy, if you know what I mean.
Arena got an 11.
If you're going to be my shield, you must protect me at all costs.
Constitution.
Ooh,
Very nice. Very nice.
Barrett, natural 20.
Yeah, his con is like, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Is his constitution already 20? It has to be.
Who's?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh, Cypress? Yeah.
Well, Varys.
No, my constitution is not 20. I just have proficiency in it.
Oh.
Oh, you rolled a 20.
Okay, so who passed here?
Oh no, good day. Oh no, good day.
It's not weed.
No, it's good day.
Lucius. Okay. All right, so Cypress, Gyro, and Lucius. As you watch as Bao smacks his staff onto the ground, you can kind of see how you see that his eyes begin to peer open, and you can see the pupil. It's a very unsettling image looking at him as he appears less friendly and more serious at this point. As he does that, all of you feel an immense pressure upon your bodies. Varys, Cypress, and Lucius, you all manage to catch your breath under this pressure. It feels like there is easily 500 or more pounds just piled on top of you. Varys, Cypress, and Lucius, you manage to catch your breath and manage to kind of hold yourself against this pressure, but it is so unbearably difficult to do so. G'day, Virina, and who else didn't make it? G'day, Virina. Who am I missing?
Gyro.
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 Yep.
All right.
Cypress.
Yeah, so G'day, Virina, and Gyro, you all take dice here. You all take 8 points of force damage.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
At that, you watch as Bao kind of eases himself back down from his serious stature. And you all hear Naomi say, "Very impressive, Master. Impressive as always."
GM,
Yes,
Knowledge Arcana.
go for it.
Bye.
Where'd it
God.
go?
You old giant. What the hell was that?
That was athletics.
It's such a small space.
Yep. Hence why PC Master Race.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. All right, Varys, as you kind of sit there and you go, "What the fuck was that?" You sit there and you mull it over, but you cannot place your finger on it. Lucius, you then speak up and ask what the hell that was. And you watch as Bao kind of laughs a little bit.
Oh,
If you're able to bring down Leviathan, perhaps then I will share that information and teach you this. And you watch as he begins walking back over to where he was seated. And he calls out, "Naomi, Cypress, please join us at the fire."
Yeah.
Yes.
Varys was trying to get a hold of you.
I think I have advantage on Knowledge Arcana checks. I'm just gonna double check for you real quick.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Just
Go for it.
because, yeah.
As he walks away, I look at him and there's a little bit of a awe in my gaze. And as Gyro kind of lifts up and I'm holding on to his hair, there's a moment where I kind of look down and then I begin to get very introspective as I realize that there's still so much that I have yet to learn. Libel expressionless.
LaBelle.
Your last name
LaBelle,
is
like Patty?
Libel?
I think it's LaBelle, like Patty.
Patty LaBelle.
She's over there.
Alright, while Varys is checking that.
Her last
irritated
name.
that this fool just did 8 damage to us. Are you
I
serious?
know, right? I'm like, I look over at you and I'm like,
Shield, are you all right?
No, that's quite a bit of hit points.
Recovered yet?
Sorry, what was that?
I said, have I recovered yet?
Yes, but
From
for
yourself?
during the night, everyone has received a long rest.
Okay.
My
And at that point, I
after-
would...
sorry, go ahead.
No.
I think she was referring to. I'm so sorry. I think she was referring to recovered from the damage that Bao inflicted.
Oh,
Yeah.
just now?
Yeah.
The force.
No, not yet.
Okay.
So he did.
Okay.
I'll just have to talk to you later on, GM, as far as what artisan tools and tool proficiencies go later on.
Okay.
Because basically, I have artisan's intuition, which allows me to just get a little bit boost on Arcana checks whenever I use tools and stuff. So we'll discuss that another time.
Okay. No worries. Okay. So, we'll go ahead and keep pressing forward then. Alright, so. As Bao and Cypress join next to Bao, and Bao sits back down, you see that Bao kind of loosens back up again and returns to holding his staff in both of his hands. He goes, Naomi, did you prep the items that I asked for? She reaches behind her back and she pulls out a small wooden chest that has been fitted with a metallic trimmings as well as a few small jewels on it. And she passes this chest over to Bao. Bao takes it and opens it up. He holds it in one hand and he reaches it out to the party. Is anyone walking over?
Well, I can't even move yet, right? Because of the force.
No, you can move.
Oh, well, in that case, I jump up and yell, what kind of dirty magic is that?
Not dirty magic, young one. Years upon years of training, one learns to hone themselves in both body, mind, and spirit.
Well then, old man, hone yourself in the etiquette of not harming your guests.
I agree.
I'll have to second that. I mean, I felt a little tingle, but I guess it's impressive for an old guy.
My apologies. I did not mean to inflict harm upon any of you. Naomi, Cypress, please, tend to those that are wounded. Gotcha, as Naomi kind of goes, as you wish. And she walks over to Gyro and Lucius. Or no, sorry. Where did my notes go? Gyro and Virina. And she places one hand on each of you. And you can feel an energy restoring to you. And from underneath her hands is a soft white glow. You are both fully healed.
Thank God.
Only paladin I know scared taking a little bit of damage. That was out of character.
Bruh, you gonna hit me for a third of my health, bruh? You crazy.
Alright,
So
after that,
far,
Naomi walks over to G'day. And G'day, go ahead and roll perception for me.
Before she does her magic on me, I want to say, so you heal with one hand and stab with the dagger of the other?
She looks at you, and she kind of glares. And she says, I have many talents that I have learned. I am merely doing what Bao wishes. The fact that you were both injured last night was no one's fault but your own.
Oh, so it is custom of someone having guests to harm their guests on multiple occasions. I see your customs, but I'll take your heels, evil witch.
good day.
Boy, is she having a good day.
You see as she kind of like sneers and scoffs at you. And then she places a hand upon you, and you feel this warm sensation, and you see the soft white glow. You are now fully healed. And she abruptly pulls her hand away, then walks back around to Bao's side. You watch as Bao watches this interaction. And he goes, Naomi, is it true that you heard our guest last night? And you watch as she maintains her posture, says, yes, they merely got too close, and I was forced to defend myself. How would these people pose any threat to you? You know it is not the way that we treat guests. You watch as she kind of lowers her head and goes, my apologies. Apparently I still have a lot to learn. You're still young. Give it another decade or two. Maybe you'll learn some manners. Either way, it'll be something that we will work on when we go out and look for whatever is still on this island. You see as she nods, and then goes back into her posture. Who is walking up to this chest? Bao is still holding it in his hand.
I'll go ahead and walk on up to it.
Is it gold?
Alright, so do you look inside of it?
Bao, are these provisions you're providing to us for our travels?
These are merely a few. These are so that way you can accurately navigate your way around the Taraka region. And as well, so that way my ship will actually work for you.
Can I see what the chest is made out of?
Roll perception.
Yes.
G'day, what are you rolling perception for?
You told me to roll perception when she touched me with her hand.
Oh, that's because she was gonna say something under her breath, but you started a dialogue, so...
Oh, fair enough.
That was horrible. It was an 8. Damn it.
Alright, so you don't really see anything that absolutely stands out. Varys, are you looking inside the chest?
Yes. Well, actually, before that, sorry, GM. Before that, you kind of see Varys's eyes kind of widen, and you kind of see him get. You see this excitement kind of overtake him for a moment, and he quickly opens the chest to check out the contents of the chest.
All right. So as you open the chest, you find in there are a few things. One is a old-looking scroll that has been wound up, or rolled up rather, and has a small, like, leather strap on it. Let me see here. The other thing that you see in the chest. Oh, come on, notes. My apologies, everyone. Alright, the other one that you see in there is almost like a disc-shaped plate. It has these small markings along the outside rim, and in the center are 3 wavy lines.
Okay.
What do you do?
That's it?
I say, Giant, what do you see over there?
Well, I thought he was gonna tell me like maybe one more thing, and then...
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay, so I pull out the scroll, and I pull out the plate, and I just examine them, and maybe just I'll roll like maybe I know something about them. Can I do like an investigation check or anything about the plate?
Yeah, go ahead and roll. Actually, roll Arcana. And for the sake until we get that situated, we'll say it's with advantage.
Okay. Oh, darn it. Okay, there we go. All right. Teeny little space, guys, okay? Teeny little space.
Animal handling.
Did I do it?
You did.
I did it!
All right. So you invest. So which one are you looking at first?
The plate. The plate with the waves and the outer markings.
Okay. So you look over the plate itself. While the waves don't seem to indicate anything magical, you take a look at the etchings and you see and you almost sense that there is a very powerful magic residing within this item. You get a sense magic. You get a sense that this is used to help control wind.
So guys, cool thing about this plate is I've actually studied some of these runes and these etchings before. They have the power to manipulate wind, so I think that will be pretty useful for our boat. I'll study this thing for a night. You guys give me a night with this thing. Me and this thing will be best buds, and then we can use it to help us navigate on the boat a little bit better. Sounds good, guys?
All right, you listen as Bao says, "Yes, that is the plate of free winds. It is a sacred object that I had come across that I used in my travels when I was younger. It allows you to control which direction the wind blows. However, it does require a device in order to function. The device is currently residing and fixed onto my boat."
Okay. I'll have to take a look at that.
What is a boat?
Excuse me?
What is a boat?
It speaks our language, Quercus! Shield! I say! Sorry. Just was not expecting it to move.
Bring that to you.
Terrible
Wait.
fish people.
I listen.
Who asked what is a boat?
Can I do not see me before your eyes.
Bao will look over and be like, Cypress, would you care to introduce yourselves to our guests here?
What do you look like?
Sure. So I am a dryad. I have green crap in my hair. I'm generally pretty mossy and look like a 14, 15-year-old otherwise. I'm a little confused because I'm used to being in a tree. And I don't know what the fucking boat is.
And I have not seen you before. What is he doing here?
And I question the old man.
You see, Cypress found himself upon this island, much as you have. However, he's shown up more than a fortnight ago. I was assisting him with his spiritual training. However, there's only so much that I can teach. And this island is not big enough for him to expand beyond what little I have taught him so far. So, one of my requests is that you take him along on your journey.
Where will we go?
Well,
I mean, I haven't babysat in like 3 years, like not since I left home. I don't know if I'm qualified, guys.
What is it?
Don't worry. You won't need to babysit this one. He is quite a capable young one.
I say, the baby is a, well,
And I kind of poke Gyro, and I'm like, "Shit,
explain what a baby is.
and I turn.
I should explain a baby to a child?
Well,
What?
I don't know.
You- Okay.
I was
Okay.
born to see.
He was born a seed.
Is the dryad a male?
Yes, so I'm technically a dross.
Okay, in that case, I not leap forward, but raise my arms excitedly, and I say, I know, male babies in my culture are fed to crocodiles. They're no more than fodder.
By the gods!
Oh. Interesting. That is not how I would explain a baby. But I think I will leave this up to Bao. Bao? Would you... This is your responsibility, not mine.
I believe the paladin is your companion, not mine. But a baby is merely a very, very young human. And you watch as he kind of like gestures his staff behind him. And out around the corner, you could see two small kids kind of peeking around the side of the hut.
Ah, sapling.
Ah. Your term for baby is sapling.
Yes, or sprouts.
I pull out a notebook, and I begin to jot down notes.
But I digress. Back to the topic on hand.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Bao kind of gestures to the other item that you, Varys, have pulled up out of the chest. He goes, yep. Says, that is the magical map of the Taraka region. Its holder, it gathers intel from the holder and provides markings upon it for where the different islands in the region are. So, if you all head over to your journal tab,
Ooh.
you will see the map of the Taroka region.
Hey.
What effort?
And where are we currently? Where, per se, are we currently located on this map?
We are currently residing on the Rakato Island. And he kind of gestures to the island kind of in the center of the map, and you can see as these little letters pop up on the map itself.
I, by the way, hop over off of, like I hop down from Gyro's shoulder onto his lap and then off onto the ground, and I kind of run over on 4 legs, or 4 paws rather, over to Varys, and then I hop up and I clamber up his back, and now I'm on his shoulder, peeking over, looking at the map.
All right. So as you all, or rather as those looking at the map can see, you can see the Rakato Island right in the middle, but you also see a couple of other islands that have names that have populated.
And what say you, old giant? Where exactly are you requesting we go first?
Well, unfortunately, there is no right answer for that. I can make some recommendations and tell you about the islands that are currently shown. However, I don't have knowledge of all the islands, just their general whereabouts. The ones that have names are the islands that I have been to.
Do you recommend that we go to those islands first, or
It would probably be the best bet to start. I would recommend that you go to the Vuanoct Island first, to the west.
how
I've
do I
been-
get to that journal tab?
So the same way that you go to place your token, so it'll be like the newspaper icon on the top right.
It's the same one that you hit if you were to go to like your character sheet.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I was writing it in battle.
And
I'm
then,
a squirrel, okay?
I don't know. You nibble my vine. That's all I know.
Well, giant. And I'm referring to you, Varys.
yep.
Where say you that we go first?
What time of day is it?
It is relatively early morning. You estimate it to be around 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Well, Bao, how long will it take for us to get to the cave where your ship is?
It won't take that long. It's in the sea cave slightly to the east of town. Cypress here knows the way. And he kind of looks at you, Cypress. And I assume that he'll be happy to show you the way.
Of course.
Excellent, Cypress. Well, I think our first order of business should be maybe to set up kind of a base of sorts in the cave and kind of get what we need going for the boat, and then make our way over to the western island.
And then I hop off your shoulder and run back over to Gyro. And then I hop back up and get back on his shoulder. And I kind of like sit down a little bit and make myself comfortable. And then I hold on to him and I go,
And what say you, Shield?
Wait, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Varys had said that we should go to the west, or go to the cave first, with Cypress leading the way, and then set up a base camp, make the appropriate additions to the boat, and then head over to the western island. And I was asking what you thought about that.
I think that sounds okay, but we've been on this island for so long, and this guy hasn't really given us too much to go on. So if we go to the cave, I don't think we should really stay there. I think we should try to get this done as quick as possible.
It was nice. It was dry.
The Dryad speaks.
I just don't like the idea of going in dark caves with little children.
And then I holler over to Yugade.
Not too giant.
Walter, adults become adults. I mean, as soon as they're reproductively able, this no longer seems like a child, but just a young adult. Take him in the cave.
This is a tree child. You don't even know what you're speaking.
I just know there's
You think I have no knowledge of trees? I am a ranger. I spent my life in the trees, sir. You are a dragon. Don't you burn them down.
Oh, she said you spit hot fire, Dylon.
There's a tree burner among us.
Seeing as though I'm silver dragonborn, we actually breathe ice.
Oh, so you wanted to break this
Ice as well.
stereotype. Okay.
I just want to say not all dragonborns are the same.
Yeah.
Does ice not damage the cells of a plant just the same way a fire does? They still wilt and die.
Plants damage plants. That's irrelevant. You're just bringing hypotheticals into the situation now.
A frost kills the crop, and so does a
weeds-
fire. I don't
And
think it's
weeds
hypothetical.
kill grass and flowers. All I'm saying is roses will choke stuff, and all I'm saying is you can't say ice burn. That's like saying water gets things wet. Yes, 100%.
Ask any farmer the harm that a frost does to their crop. You seem ignorant, my sir.
Well,
You all
they're
hear a loud
protecting their
thump
crops and
as
stuff,
Bao
the frost harm it.
smashes
You need to
his staff against the ground.
Oh,
dear.
so then you're
Dear.
just privileged.
Alright. You all hear a loud thump as Bao hits his staff against the ground.
I just met these people.
I kind of jump a little bit, but I'm still kind of arguing with Good Day.
Anyway.
Yes. I apologize, old giant, for the state of the company you find yourself in. We are not usually so rambunctious. However, perhaps it is, you are right, it is time for us to venture forward, as Varys so aptly put it. And
It is all right. You're all very young and very scrappy. You used to be the same way. Even Naomi here, when I first met her, was quite the fighter. Never wanting to listen. But I digress. If you look at the map, there are a few more names written down. I would not recommend going to the other islands just yet. Vuanoct will be your best bet. You watch as he brings and he gestures over to the island to the east. And he says, "The island here is Sihet, the Island of Sands. It is a rather harsh place, but there have been mumblings that something's been going on there. Potentially look into that while you're out there. You watch as he gestures to the island in the bottom left with the 3 surrounding islands. That there. That is the island of Brynayr. There have been rumors for there of dragons. Best to keep your distance for the time being. You watch as he then gestures to the island in the northeast. That island is the island of... where'd you go? Yeah. Of the Nejim. Rumors have that there is an ancient knowledge there, but no one has seemed to figure out how to obtain it. Only that the island has been there for longer than I have been. And lastly, I would recommend avoiding this island at almost every cost. And he gestures to the island at the very, very top. Oh, did I get my fucking island? God damn it. Sorry. So, out of character, island in the bottom left is Pamia Aoka, or Aok, the island of dragons. You have the island to the west, which is Vuanacht, the island of forests. The island to the east, Sihet, the island of sands. You have Brynayr, the island of knowledge. And now, back to in character, now that I got that fucking messed up, I apologize.
Oh, you're all good, man. No worries.
Is the island of the Nejim. I would not recommend going to this island, and you're avoiding it at all possible. The rumors for this island, well, I have been there. I never saw what it was. However, this is the oldest rumor that I have come across. Tales of a metallic construct have been at this island for at least 500 years. Some of the other islands have gone and investigated these. This island in particular. And yet no one has ever returned.
Well, I do wish to return, so let's not venture to that island.
Or should we, because he's trying to use reverse psychology?
I don't like that.
Anyway, unfortunately that is all that I know of these islands. If you wish to start, I recommend Vuanacht to the west.
I immediately pipe up and say, "Oh, can you mute?" Oh, sorry. I immediately pipe up and go,
Yeah.
That's the one to the left, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it is. However, I feel that we should maybe head to what was it? Lineagium?
What did he say about Lineagium?
Yes, he was going on and on about some metallic construct that seemed to ensure the island does not get tread upon. However, I feel that with our current group, perhaps we could take it.
If you wish to sign your own death warrant, that is for you to decide.
May I roll to see what he's talking about?
Go for it. Go ahead and roll insight.
That's a bit. Oh!
That is a nat 20.
It's on cheat.
I did not.
You sit there and you ponder over the words that Bao has said about the Lenisium Island in the far north. You go over what he had said once more. There's a metallic construct that resides at this island, supposedly. People have gone there numerous times to find this construct, but they have all wound up dead. The only reason that Bao knows about this island is because he has gone there and there's been nothing there. It was a barren island.
Interesting. Do I know what the creature might be? Can I gather anything from, or like maybe what I might think it is?
Based off of what he has said and what he knows, unfortunately, there's not enough information for what Bao has shared or is able to give you a good idea. However, you can still draw your own conclusions.
I think it might be a goblin.
Hey.
I have heard tale of their metallic exoskeletons and how they clamber about in gigantic form. I am almost certain it is a goblin, my friends.
With my favorite enemy of elementals, can I also make a perception check?
What are you trying to check for?
I kind of want to know if I can figure out what this thing is.
Go ahead and roll insight.
Okay.
So you think metallic construct. From your time spent in the swamp, you hear metallic construct, and you just think of Varys's equipment and his little orb. But
And I
much,
mutter in
much,
disgust.
much bigger.
Well,
I mutter extra hard in disgust.
I wonder what that's about. Anyway, are any of you guys do any of you have any skills navigating with a boat? Do any of us? Can any of us even navigate a boat well?
No.
From my time in the swamp, I have experience navigating a boat, but not in this environment.
Oh,
I mean,
sure,
how hard could it be,
G'day.
man? How
all the
hard could
low.
it be?
An open sea versus the swampland, it's
I've been
quite
on plenty
different.
of boats, and they always run just fine. I don't have to do anything. Let's just wing it.
I see. So none of you have navigation experience. Very well. Naomi, please go fetch the compass. You watch as Naomi kind of looks at him and goes, "You're gonna give them more? You've already given them your boat and what you use to actually pilot it. You want to give them your other relics?" And he goes, "Naomi, do not question. We have a task here to complete ourselves. The longer that you postpone them, the longer it'll take for us to pick back up on the trail. And you watch as she kind of like shakes a little bit and goes, "You're right." And you watch as she quickly walks and heads back into the hut. And about 10-30 seconds later, she walks back out and over to Varys and extends her palm. In her palm is it's a square-like device with a circle in the middle with 4 letters written on it. NS. Well, it's going to be different because of this, but you look at it and you can tell that it points north, south, east, and west. And you watch as she kind of rotates it a little bit, and the needle and the disc itself in the center spin and rotate, so that way the needle is always pointing towards the north.
I say, do you have any?
And I call out to the dryad.
Do you have any? What is the word? Understanding of using this equipment that is being offered, and do you know how to drive a carriage of the sea?
No. I can, however, see through the dead, so if something's died anywhere, I can look through it.
Oh. I immediately kind of like look at you.
Is there a
And
lot
then-
of death at sea?
I look at a place on the ground, and then I look back at you.
Cute cat.
You seek workers.
Oh, is that what? That's an interesting name. If that's what you call it, yes.
Oh dear. There was a moment I thought I was going mad.
Oh, you can see it too.
Oh yes, I can see my own cat, yes.
It's not
Workers.
a live cat. You realize that. Fully dead.
I like kind of sink down a little bit, and on Gyro's shoulder, and then I turn. Good day. Good day, Megan. I turn to Gyro, and I go,
Well,
"All right, giant." And I call out to Varys,
you take over now.
and then I just kind of turn in my seat.
Okay.
Right. Naomi passes the compass to Varys and then walks back over to Bao's side. Watch as Bao cracks his neck and goes, "Very well then. Cypress here will show you the way to the cavern and to my boat. Was there anything else that I can help you with before Naomi and I set off?"
Maybe some food for the journey so we don't perish on the way.
Ah, yes. You watch as Bao kind of reaches behind from where he's sitting, and he pulls out a bag, and he holds it out, and he says, "Inside this bag is all that we can offer and as far as provisions go."
Would you happen to have any weapons?
Thank you, Varys. Oh, I said Varys. Varys says thank you. Thank you.
Do you grab the bag?
Yeah.
Alright, you grab the bag, and you kind of open it up. Inside, you see a variety of different meats, or dried fruits, meats, and other
Meat.
types of food that has been dried out to preserve it. You also see 2 water skins in there. And Bao says, "Inside is 30 days worth of rations. Unfortunately, I know it's not much for this type of voyage, but unfortunately it is all that we can offer. As for the water skins..." Where did that note go? Down here. Shit, where did it go? As for the water skins, those are 2 water skins of endless water. Basically, throughout the day, they will magically refill themselves with pure water. Even if they are not completely empty, they will still generate more, so you will at least never go thirsty. We have plenty of fresh water here, so please, take these with you on your journey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bao. This is more than enough. This is great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd say, old giant. Is there anything on our journey to the cave that we need to be aware of? Such as maybe enemies or the magic that you said haunts this land?
From Naomi and I's investigation into what is currently on this island, we have never seen it over on the way to the caves. It usually sticks more to the north.
Good to know. Thank you for the rations, by the way. You are a friendly giant.
And you are a very friendly young one. I appreciate you keeping me company for this time, but you watch as he kind of looks up at the sky. The day is starting to drag on, and Naomi and I must, unfortunately, send you all on your way. Cypress, please. And he gestures towards the path from which the party had entered the village in. Please, guide our friends here, to the seaside cavern, and to my boat. I wish you all the best of luck on your journey. And I hope you all remain safe. Naomi, we must take our leave. Watch as Naomi nods and says, "Yes, Chief." You watch as Bao stands up, stretches a little bit, and then makes his way towards the village entrance. And you watch as him and Naomi walk off into the surrounding forest. What are you all doing?
We're gonna go to the cave.
Come, Shield.
And I just
Going on a bear hunt.
All
Going.
right. Yeah, I mean, we have to follow Cypress, right?
I am waiting.
All right. Let's follow Cypress to the cave.
I
On the
take
road
up
again.
position next to Cypress.
I'm a Pathma.
all right.
All right. All right. As you all leave the village, you all kind of glance back, and you watch and you all see as like a couple of the villagers kind of like you watch as these kids are peering around the side of the hut, watching you all make your way outside of the village. And then you hear them as they kind of giggle and then run off into the village to play. Right? You all follow Cypress's lead through the surrounding forest. You can hear the sea waves just off to the side. It's a rather short journey, about 15 minutes walk, nothing too fancy. and you make your way into the insides of the cave.
Is it dark?
So as you guys start,
Wait.
so right now
Has
you are
that
all
changed?
outside of the cave, and no, not yet.
Oh.
Okay, wait. Before we go in this cave, I don't like caves. I don't like being underground. I just want to let everybody know.
Big cave.
So, and I
That's right.
don't trust this tree thing.
Wow.
What kind of lizard man are you?
Hey man,
He
I've
says
seen
that quietly under his breath.
I've seen some crazy things. That's all I'm saying.
You ever been inside a tree?
You've ever been inside a tree?
No.
Talk to me about this tree.
So, a dryad is a natural character, right?
I believe so. Was the dryad?
Natural?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If so, I would like to
Or right?
use survival to detect any kind of danger from this natural object.
Go ahead and roll nature.
Oh, nature? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Not great.
From what
What
you
did
can
roll?
sense, you don't sense any danger coming from Cypress. In fact, he seems rather friendly, even though he is relatively quiet.
Okay, then at that point I say, I trust the tree creature more than I trust the magic creatures in our group. I agree to follow him.
No, giant.
Trust beats trust.
Yeah, you with your dirty blood magic. I've saved you before, but I don't trust you. I trust the tree.
I would never lift my finger to harm you. Not unless, you lifted yours first.
Ha, but you didn't when I did lift mine first, did you? So that's why we have a friendly communion. And I
kinda-
follow
I
along
kinda-
unabashedly after the tree.
I kind of giggle and smirk up at Lucius, and I'm like, yeah, she's right,
I just I'm like totally shocked and speechless at this point. Well, never mind that. Continue on, Shield. Continue on. And I just stand up on his shoulder and I fold my arms in indignation and I look to the
Okay.
side.
Okay, but I pull out my sword and shield before I walk into this cave because I'm not having any other.
All right, you do so.
Oh, were we at the cave already?
Yes, it was a 15-minute walk.
Okay, so I also pull out my bow since I'm stationed next to the tree.
Okay.
Keeping at point to look to see if I see anything unusual.
All right. Does everyone else head into the cave?
I'm on Gyro's shoulder.
Yeah, I'm going in.
All right.
Word.
All right. As you
Thank you.
walk it,
I'm sorry.
it's okay. Go ahead and do your dialogue as you guys are walking in.
You giant over there. You tinkerer.
Yes, sir.
Have you completed your work that you began last night? The one that enhances life, I believe you said.
I'm going through a couple more configurations with the ruins with Friday. Once I get a real breakthrough, I'll have something special to tell everyone. But I feel I'm close, but just not quite there. I just need a little more time and more focus. Takes his goggles and pushes them down over his eyes.
See, I see. You know, perhaps we could learn from each other.
Oh, trust me, I've learned a lot from you already, Lucius.
I'm not so sure how to take that.
He has kind of like you can tell like he's being honest with you, but he has a little bit of reservedness to him.
Sure.
As you all walk into the cave, you look as the walls themselves seem to have torches placed upon them, and they are all burning brightly. So as you walk through the caves, you can all see just fine.
Excuse me, tree.
Go ahead and roll for perception, G'day.
Tree. How familiar are you with this particular cavern?
I've been in it before. I planted my roots here. Felt good. Left. Soil's sweet.
I see. What I mean is this particularly safe?
Safe for who?
Well, I mean for us.
I believe so.
For I mean for, the companions here. Obviously, I can take care of myself, but I am concerned for my companions here.
Well, the cave was safe, but then you guys came, and death seems to follow you.
Like, how do you know death follows me? Varys stammers. Death does not follow me, sir.
I'm literally a dead cat.
Death follows my father. I mean, yeah.
I shrug my shoulders and say, yeah, that's true.
Also, kind of acknowledging.
G'day. As you enter the cavern and you kind of look around, outside of the torches, nothing appears to be like tampered with. You don't see anything that leads you to believe that there is any sort of traps. All you hear is bats chirping and water dripping.
Okay, cool.
Is Virina here?
Yes. Well, she has to be.
All
She's
right.
in charge.
So, as you are all making your way down the caves, I need everyone to roll perception for me,
Oh, snap.
and it will be with advantage.
It's either an 11 or a 12, DM.
It is a 12 because advantage.
Oh!
Where?
Be some down.
You said roll what? Sorry.
Perception.
Good job, Virina and Cypress. Natural 20.
I can't get to my character sheet for whatever reason.
Is it not letting you into it?
No, it's
Is it all already up? If it's already open, it won't
Yeah,
let you open it again.
you'll have to close it and then reopen it. Or switch over to that window. If you need to reset it, you should also be able to just refresh the page, and then it will close it automatically for you.
all right. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna roll on roll 20 because it's just a D20 for me. Any Hoosers?
Yeah, it's just a flat d20 for you.
Yeah. All right. 2d20s. I got a 5. Nope, that doesn't work. Let me just roll one at a time because that
Okay.
was weird. Okay, I got a nat 1.
Okay. Anything that you roll now is going to be better than that, hopefully.
And then I got a 9.
Okay.
Oh, that's great.
Oh god.
Perception. Okay. So we've got a 9, 18, 24, 12, 22, and 15. Okay. Yeah, so as you're all walking through this cave, you've been walking down the path for a good 5, 6, 7 minutes from what you can assume. And you all hear almost like a distant boom echoing off of the cave walls.
Does it sound like it's coming from deeper? Or from
Yes,
up?
you can tell, everyone can tell that the boom is coming from deeper within the cave.
What do you guys think that sound is?
I don't know. I already don't like being in this cave. Do we really want to keep going?
So, survival is for natural dangers. Can I roll another one on survival?
Sure.
Big money. Meh.
Man. So from what you can sense and see from the caves, it doesn't look like the cave itself is gonna cause you any danger, and the sound that boom that you heard doesn't sound like something from like rocks falling. It sounds made, like someone made the boom or something.
All
Did I
right,
hear
I
that?
whistle.
What's that?
My little contraption comes out of my bag and it starts flying. And I say, Bianca, check that out for us, please. And I send Bianca 120 feet in front of us just to kind of see what's going on out there. Bianca is my oh,
For sure. Thanks, bye. Welcome.
artificer infusion that I can create, make like a little contraption
Mm-hmm.
and breathe magic life into it, and it can do things for me. It's like a familiar plus.
Okay. And what it sees, is that something that only you can tell? Or does it come back and then, like,
It's
broadcast?
gonna come back and tell me.
Okay. All right. So, everyone pauses as various kind of gestures for his device, Bianca, to come out, and you all watch as it flies further down the path. You all wait in anticipation for a few minutes, and you watch as Bianca comes back. Bianca reports that there is a branch in the path. One of the paths looks like it has scorch marks.
While that happens, I turn to Gyro and I'm like,
Egad, it seems like our giant friend, my shield, has seen or heard something. Perhaps we should pause and listen ourselves.
Okay. I'm gonna pause and kind of scarily gesture to Varys.
Are you all sitting there and pausing to listen?
Yes.
Sure.
So
Okay.
it seems
Go ahead and
Bianca
roll
may-
perception.
oh,
And then go ahead, Varys.
it seems Bianca may have discovered said a branch a branch
A
in
fork
the
in the
path
road.
up there, as well as some scorch marks made maybe by fire. Is that correct, GM?
Yes.
Fire scorch
Well,
marks.
you could see this. Bianca reported that there's scorch marks. From what Bianca reports, you assume that they were made by fire.
Okay. So I suggest maybe we proceed with some caution and just let's just be careful, guys.
At this news, I suggest me scouting out ahead stealthily to see what's going on.
I agree. But be careful to remain unseen.
And then I turn to Gyro.
Shield, would you wish that I go with her?
Yeah, because I think I'm gonna stay in the back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who all
I hop off of Gyro and I run over, and then I clamber up Goday's back to her shoulder.
Okay. So who all is heading forward to scout?
So I want to send out my spirit weasel.
Okay.
Got through it.
Stop pulling your pants.
Wait, are we not all going?
Different weasel.
No, I'm scouting out ahead.
Oh. No, I'm definitely not.
All right. So as the party gets ready to scout ahead, let's go ahead and take a quick little break. Be back here at 9:45.
Hey, we're taking like a 15.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Who needed it?
Be right back.
Apparently, everybody.
I wanted so bad to keep arguing with you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had to cut the argument for progression's sake. As fun as it would have been to listen, but time is of the essence. So Bao had to cut you all off.
Totally fine. It was just so funny.
So, what are your thoughts? What do you think's coming next? Let's get Gyro's predictions.
So honestly, I'm expecting fish people or them to hang in.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, technically, there was like a loud boom when our ship got attacked, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm expecting. Are you mean like the entirety of the story?
No, just for what's coming up in the cave. I'm not gonna say give me your thoughts on everything.
I'm like, because I don't know how we're gonna fight the Leviathan, but I'm expecting to fight it again eventually.
I mean, you're right.
Yeah. Also, I don't know how many times we might have to fight it.
How many times you're gonna have to fight it?
Mm-hmm.
Depends what the dice have to say.
Or also, depending on if there's even only one.
True. There could be multiples. However, from what Bao has said, it is most likely only one. Because, I mean, if you think about it, multiple creatures of that size with that much power behind them, the likelihood of them living in peace, probably not very likely. Think of it like a giant sea dragon. Like, they don't travel in packs.
I mean, sure. But you never know. The ocean is a vast place.
This is true. There could be the Marianas Trench beneath the islands in the ocean, for all you know. There could be megalodons. Ooh, plesiosaurs.
This could be literally the Bermuda Triangle, as far as, like, literally.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, you know, these weird oddities happen from this weird mist. So things show up and they disappear. So, in a sense, very Bermuda Triangle-esque.
Yeah.
But I will give you, you're on the right train of thought.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I was sitting there totally off. Well, not totally off topic, but I was sitting there thinking that dude Bao, you said that the scar, because I was expecting, like, maybe I could tell if one of those people was the Leviathan because of where I hit the Leviathan on its body.
Oh, gotcha.
But you said a scar was on his face, and I hit
Yep.
it in the stomach or whatever.
Yeah, the chest, stomach region, whatever you could tell from
Mhm.
the actual length of the of Leviathan.
Yeah. So then I was like, I mean, but that still doesn't rule out, like, because you're like, yeah, multiple powerful creatures, yeah, but they don't always have to be in that form. What if it can take, like, land walker form?
True. For all you know,
An amphibious form, huh?
all of the people from the village could have been different creatures.
Right. Exactly. Or are you saying, is that a hint? No, I'm not.
Maybe, who knows? You might have to come back and you end up finding out that Bao is Leviathan. It's a possibility.
I mean, it is possible.
Hashtag foreshadowing.
Hashtag foreshadowing maybe, question mark. Smile. Well, since we have both G'day and Varys here, and I've already asked Gyro, what do you two think is coming up in this cave?
Good day, you can go. Oh, well, I guess I can go.
Yeah, I'm talking to
Um,
my sister. You can go ahead and go.
Okay. You know, oop, nope, don't lock on me. Sorry. Okay.
You're good.
Out of base, not my other screen. You know, I'm kind of. I keep forgetting to bring it back up, and I don't know if this is something that I can do, Danny. Is we all the little scene we had with the girl in the blue dress with the white sleeves
Mm-hmm.
was that like a dream we all had, or
Yes, it was.
okay, so we do eventually need to bring that back up in one of our camps or something and talk about that and, and have that be an episode.
Sure.
But as far as Bao goes, my character does legitimately think that these are good people just being terrorized.
Sure.
And yeah, and I don't want to.
No.
I honestly I don't have any, like, I don't know, like, I'm trying to leave it blank in my head so that it is just, I'm just trying to enjoy the story and have it be what it is, unless there's something where I'm gonna be like, oh, I know, and like I don't really don't want to, like, because it's like, I don't know, it's like watching a movie and then having someone ask you, you both are watching the movie for the first time,
Mhm.
and then they're asking you, do you know if this happens, or do you know what's gonna happen there? I'm like, no.
Okay.
So yeah.
That's a valid way to look at it. I just like to get people's, well, for me personally, especially as, the DM, I like to get people's thoughts and like how their line of thinking goes for what's going
Oh,
on, cuz it makes it feel like I'm actually giving you enough details for everyone to
oh.
start building like the tree of lore in their own mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will say that we're doing a good job getting to know, like, our group, but man, our group is probably the most suspicious people I have ever. They're the most. No, suspicious isn't the right word because that implies suspicion on them. But they
Mhm.
are the most untrusting, like thinking somebody's out to get them, like level 2 adventurers that I have ever met. They're like, you're level 2. You haven't even seen anything. Like, what do you know? Like, why are you so suspicious? But it's a game. Fun.
Yeah, and I mean, everyone's got like their own backstory, and the fact that everyone here is like such strong role players, that's why I'm actually loving like the mistrust between the group.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, if you think about it, like, if just 6 random people were thrown together and told them, hey, go do stuff, like, you don't know them long enough to like trust them to have your back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just like how human brains function.
Mm-hmm. So, what is G'day? Is G'day a boy or a girl?
A girl.
Female elf,
Half elf.
half elf.
Yeah.
Female half elf.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I do absolutely have to echo your sentiment, Danny. The role playing, like, you guys have truly been such incredible role players, and like I freaking man,
Coming from
and
you, John, fucking, you're an incredible role player. What the fuck?
thank you. I I have some background in it, so um, but and like I want to say as well, Varys. You've been such an awesome addition to the group, so thank you.
Yep. Yep. I really enjoy it, and it's like I don't know. I just like role playing. I love this. If I could do anything for like the rest of life, if I didn't play any video games and I just did D&D and Pathfinder all the time, I'd be happy. That's all I
Bro,
would have.
right?
I feel it.
That's for real.
I mean, it literally is like the perfect type of gameplay. You know, a little bit of splashy slashy, little bit of talky talky, little bit of shooty shooty, a little bit of zinga zanga zang.
Yeah, because like one of the things, like especially like being in John's campaign, like a lot of what he does is he fills the narrative role play for like our attacks, and it's like with this group, you all just do it on your own. Like you will explain and go into detail of like Irina, for example. It's like I want to like duck to the right and then just fucking right hook the jaw, and it's like, all right, you make my life easy.
I think watching a lot of Critical Role over the last couple of years, and watching Vox Machina, and then just watching videos on like what D&D is supposed to be, has just really like helped me out. And then really knowing how scrubby I was when I was in Pathfinder Society really helped me like figure out like role playing is actually a lot easier than you think, and it doesn't like, and it's supposed to be fun. And I don't know, it's like a switch that just honestly clicked in me one day. I just like, and I'm just gonna keep getting better at it. So
Yeah. Like role playing for me personally is a little difficult because I need to pull like some form of inspiration. I guess in terms I'm a little bit more of like a method actor. So
hmm
if I've got something to work with that I can study, then I can reproduce, which is difficult for me because my brain is hardwired to like facts straightforward. I'm not the most artistic individual, so role playing does come at a bit of a challenge for me. So when I like create my own character from nothing, they're kind of bland. Like I'll have like spurts of like inspirational moments, but if I
yeah,
pull like a personality from another character, then I can like study how they talk, how they interact with the world, and then I can then reflect that. So like for me, my best role playing comes when I cosplay.
so that's another thing that I wanted to mention is because of how I build characters. Oop, are you guys still there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Because of how I build characters, I so I like to build the character based off the adventure that I'm doing, and that it's cohesive with the group that I'm playing. So like if you guys like my character at the end of this, he may or may not be optimized, but he's like, you'll definitely tell like his abilities and just different things are influenced by the party members and just the story that the GM's creating. So like when you're talking and you're telling the story, Danny, I'm just like, bro, I know I can do this with the game now. I know I can do this, and this is gonna fit into the story well. And then this thing like, so a part of that is like, so like I was describing with the whole Friday thing, like I the way I'm doing Friday, I don't want to like tell it to you guys yet because it's gonna be kind of like a surprise, but it really is like based and influenced off the group, and so it's more so like I have the level ups planned, guys.
Well, whatever you have
I
planned
mean,
for Friday, you do need to. I would like it if you could send me that information because then I could probably tie some stuff into it as well.
oh okay, Oh, okay, yeah.
Like, I don't know if you saw, like, and this will be something that we'll talk about at the end of the group or at the end of the session, as far as, like, switching to, like, a bi-weekly, or how we all want to do that because of, like, your situation. Like, I don't know if you saw what I wrote, but, like, because Friday is not complete yet, like, it would be so easy if we did, like, bi-weekly and you were to, like, miss a session, like, the runes, like, misfire, and Friday, like, teleports you to, like, your own separate pocket dimension where you're in, like, a stasis for quote unquote randomly happens for a quote unquote random amount of time. So if you ever have to miss a session, you just go boop. You're safe, you're gone. Someone's gonna have to carry Friday for you. And then when you are able to come back, or if you have to, like, leave for, like, an hour or two, and it's not like a dialogue centric situation, then it would be easy for me to just, like, go poof, Varys is in his little pocket dimension, and then I could just tone everything down for everybody. But that'll be something that I'll have to figure out once we actually talk at the end of the session on as far as which days we are officially going to be doing moving forward.
So, for instance, how much time do we have? Well, it's about time.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll discuss more on that later. Is everybody back?
I am.
Yes, I am.
G'day, are you with us?
Sir Lucius.
Only kind of. I can hear what you say, but I'm in the middle of cooking, and so give me like another 3 minutes.
Okay, no worries. It's just gonna be dialogue for a bit longer, so... Alright.
No problem, good day. I will have your back.
Switch that back. And...
Question. Is anyone here a ranged character? Is G'day a ranged character, or is she a melee ranger?
She's ranged. Well, I think she's both too.
She's
an axe.
more melee focused.
I am ranged. I just have no bow right now. I am completely unarmed.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm back. Yes, I am female. Yes, I am ranged, and my proficiency is in ranged weapons.
Okay. Gabe, do you breathe fire or ice or anything?
Ice.
Yeah, I mean, but for the most part, do you have a breath attack?
Yeah, it's ice.
Okay, you do have a breath attack. Okay.
All right.
And then one more thing. I'm sorry.
You're good.
And then Virina, what does she do?
She is a monk.
can't
She
hear
punches things.
What do you mean? What do I do?
You're not in Discord.
Oh, she's a monk.
She punches
Yes.
things.
Oh, she punches things. Oh
Mhm.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. She's the
And
Astamarian monk. Okay.
and our new companion, Cypress, is Cypress. What are you? What are you talking about? What is your character? What class are you?
I am a sorry, I'm a shaman. At least that's what I figured out now that I can see all these friggin' ghosts everywhere. So I'm exploring that a little bit. Still not super comfortable outside of my tree. Feel a little naked, exposed.
So he's a caster.
He's like a Casper.
Caster.
Oh, he's
He's
a
a-
Casper.
Yeah, he's like a Casper. He is a Casper. He is a Casper.
That is.
All right. Let us suspend reality and return to fantasy.
Jeez, sorry.
As much as we
That's
would like
awesome.
to revert
That's
to
awesome.
monkey,
That is fantastic.
let us get back into it.
I hate that.
As
Oh, Danny, you're muted.
Son of a bitch. Anyways, let's go ahead and bring it back in.
All right.
Before we left on our break, the party had
Yeah.
decided to scout ahead with Cypress's ghost weasel
Yeah.
and G'day. Was there anyone else going with these two?
I was on Gaday's back.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So, as everyone holds their position, and G'day, Lucius, and does your weasel have a name?
It,
Pip? PIP?
VIP.
Pip. And Pip head forward to scout ahead. Go ahead and roll stealth for them. Go ahead and roll stealth. Oh, Bip. My apologies.
no worries. Still spell it. There you go. She did all over again.
Does Bip share the same modifiers as you?
No.
Oh, I thought he did. He
Mm-mm.
doesn't? Then I'm missing data. Where's the book? I just know his hit points are 10.
One moment.
No worries.
So as we lumberously trumber forward,
Why? Ghost.
Alright, as we wait for that roll, as Bip, Lucius, and G'day make their way forward, moving as stealthily as possible,
1d20 plus 3.
Okay.
you continue to move forward up to where you had watched Varys's contraption
Oh, nice.
disappear around the corner, and you all find, ooh, very nice. You all find a fork in the road. The path on the right has scorch marks. Go ahead and roll perception, you three.
Perception it is.
Is-
A plus 1.
Huh?
A plus 1. Roll 1d20 plus 1.
Okay.
Cypress, would you like another character sheet for Bip?
Yes.
Okay.
That would probably make me keep it straight better.
Alright, there you are. Bip now has his own character.
Cool.
VIP.
Alright. Lucius, Bip, and G'day. As you are now sitting at the fork, looking at these scorch marks leading to the path on the right, in the distance, you all hear another coming from the right passage. What do you do?
Say good day. It seems that we are not alone. We must tread carefully here.
that I do agree, but which fork do you expect to explore? I can try to sneakily go along either path, but I can only choose one.
That is a good question. Can we relay things through? Do you know, G'day? Are we able to relay things through our companion down there? And I kind of gesture to the weasel.
Our companion? What on earth do you speak of? I see nothing.
The weasel at your feet.
Another vermin. I think you've gone crazy.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, giant, I say, you, perhaps we should venture over to the left and check out those scorch marks. You are skilled in understanding the markings of various beasts, I assume.
That markings of various beasts and elementals too, but if it's a man-made track, then I will not know, but I can try my best.
Lucius, as you look down at Bip, you watch as Bip kind of looks up at you and just like turns his head to the side and stares.
Weasel, go alert and make yourself useful.
What is he talking about?
The damn weasel giant.
I see no weasel, rodent. I don't know what you're talking about. Or at least I assume I can't see it because I can't see ghostly constructs.
Not that everyone can see the dead.
What are you
Is
doing?
Is there dead people down here?
I want to stealth forward down the charred pathway.
Okay. Go ahead and roll stealth.
Oh, God.
All right. As you make your way down the right pathway, Lucius, Bip, are you two following her?
Discord message.
Also, good day. Sorry I didn't get back to you in time, but I did reply to your Discord message.
Thank you. I'll check that out right now.
Okay. Lucius, Bip, what you doing?
Yeah, I'm following.
I'm on Goday's shoulder.
Okay. All right.
Sorry about that, DM.
No, you're all good. All right. As you three make your way down the path, good day. You go about 20 feet down the scorched path, and you kick a rock, and it flies down the pathway to a bend, where you watch as the rock kind of tumbles forward, making a loud clanging noise. You pause for a second. All three of you, go ahead and roll perception for me, please. Oof.
Philip's computer just died, so give him a second.
Okay, no worries. I believe I have his perception. It was the +1.
Good day is filling her role as the bumbling idiot for the night.
You're all good. Alright, this is for Bip. Let's go! Alright, so
Long enough to get the job done.
as all three of you sit there and watch as the rock tumbles towards the bend in the path, you watch and you hear this loud explosion come from around the bend, and you watch as this smoke billows from around the edge, or from the turn in the path. The smoke floats towards you all. You can see as like dark sparks are flying up and down this smoke before it completely dissipates.
I would like to try to stealthily creep forward under the cloud of smoke.
The smoke is currently dissipated. As quickly as it had appeared, it disappeared.
Well, still against better judgment of most people, I press forward, stealthily.
All right. Go ahead and roll stealth for me.
God damn it.
All right.
I'm just basically walking forward, kicking rocks as I go.
Yeah, guys. You know what? You know what? I think she thinks she's walking with abandon again.
as she's like trying to be stealthy rather, and obviously failing at it, I'm gonna be like, Giant, I need you to be a little bit quieter. Your stomping around is going to alert people.
Villager, I'm
does that
being
count
as
as 8?
quiet as I can.
All right, G'day. You make your way forward. Do you peer around the corner?
Yes.
All right. As you peer around the corner, as stealthily as G'dayly possible, you look, and down this hallway, you don't see anything. You see just around the corner from where you're peering, down near your feet, where the rock had stopped, are more scorch marks. But you can see that there is small traces of magic remaining as they arc ever so slightly along the ground for a few moments.
Rodent, there is magic around here. We should probably turn back. Dirty magic.
Oh man, whenever she says dirty magic, it makes me feel so dirty.
She's like the lovable country bumpkin.
I don't understand.
You probably noticed my character really is not a fan of magic by now.
Oh yeah. Okay, so G'day's character just straight up hates all magic. I don't like blood magic.
I am beginning to feel not wanted here.
I wonder what she thinks about the paladin. He's about to start casting shit too.
Right?
Holy magic, how pompous.
Well, to be fair, I do have an alignment to a god, so certain magics, like the water magic from the casks, doesn't get me too much, and the healing magic doesn't get me too much either from my time in the Rangers, but everything else I think is disgusting.
Hey, DM,
Yes.
what do I see?
What do you see?
Yeah,
Are you-
22 perception.
All right, so you're peering around the corner?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you are still on G'day's shoulder, you peer around the corner as well, but like peer around G'day's head to take a look. And you look down the hallway. You don't see anything else aside from the torches lining the wall. But you also see the scorch marks as well. And further down, you see even more scorch marks along the wall.
I say, it seems there are scorch marks even further down. I say, you're a ranger, aren't you?
Well, that I am, or at least had hoped to be.
I see. Then, can you tell what kind of creature has caused these markings on the stone?
I can try. Is there anything I can roll? Perception or survival?
Survival?
You go ahead and roll.
Would that be a survival check?
It's a toss between survival and Arcana.
Investigation.
I would much prefer survival.
Go ahead and roll survival.
Oh, what the hell just happened to my computer? Hold on. I think my computer just crashed.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Oh,
there
no,
we
there it went.
Oh, god damn it.
All right. As you watch as the little arcs of arcane kind of spring along the ground before they disappear, you think, what could potentially have caused this? You think back to your knowledge spent in the swamp and what creatures you've come across serving under the Queen's Guard. But the only thought that comes to your mind is dirty, dirty magics.
Yeah, dirty, dirty magic.
I see. So some magical type creature has caused this.
Can I roll an Arcana check?
Go for it.
I hop down off of her and I hop over to the wall and then I climb down and then I kind of scoot close to the carvings in the stone.
Mm-hmm.
And I begin to just kind of peer at it.
All right. While you're doing that with Bip's perception roll, similar to Lucius, you also see the scorch marks further down the hall. And you can see as the magics, or what rather remains of the magics further down, are still kind of jumping around on the scorch mark. Lucius, with your knowledge of different magics and for the Arcana, from what you can tell, this is a dark magic.
Do I know what school of magic that this comes from? I look over at G'day and I'm like,
this does not bode well for us. Giant.
I agree, sir. It does not.
Giant.
From what you can tell, the school of magic that this seems, or your best guess as to what this school of magic comes from, it is... let me get a quick definition to refresh my memory here. Okay, it's definitely not that.
Put it in for one.
It is an evocation magic.
Evocation?
Yes.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Ranger giant. This magic, from my time in the temples back in my homeland, this magic comes from a certain school that brings about different creatures, like very similar to the summoned sea serpent that we had to fight upon the sea while our time in the ship. It seems that whatever is here and walking this ground may be from the same source. Did you get that, weasel?
And I look immediately at the weasel, at this kind of sniffing the ground.
What does Bip do?
And then I look
So
at
what do you
G'day.
suggest? Do we press forward? Shall I try to jump over the magic?
Do you think you can make it?
I can certainly try, although my skills seem to fail me on this specific occasion.
And I say,
well, how lucky are you feeling today?
Sir, I always feel lucky.
Are you going to jump it?
Can I use acrobatics to try to jump over the little surging arcs of magic?
You certainly may.
Muted.
Son of a bitch! I have myself on fucking push to mute and it's killing me. But yes, G'day. Go ahead and roll acrobatics.
Please be not the bad roll of the night. Roll. Oh. Okay. Oh. I'll take the first one.
All right. G'day. As you kind of line yourself up to jump over the scorch mark and the little bits of remaining magic left in those marks, you brace yourself and you start sprinting and you leap over this scorch mark. You slightly misjudge how far you need to jump, and your foot lands in the scorch mark as one of the arcs kind of comes up and touches your foot. You feel a slight tingle as the arc connects with your foot, jumps up, and then dissipates. But nothing happens to you.
Oh, I say, are you?
As I eventually stumble to my standing, I whisper again to myself this dirty magic.
I say, are you okay?
I seem to be fine. I just wish to not be around this discriminatory energy anymore.
We
All
made
right.
it.
Meanwhile, back at the other three, Varys, Gyro, Cypress, roll a quick perception for me.
I'm not allowed.
Oh, and Virina, my apologies.
Ooh.
You've got 3 people up front, so...
Oh wow. That was atrocious.
Alright. Virina and Varys. In the distance, you hear 2 muffled booms. What do you 3 do? Gyro, you don't hear anything as you are currently looking around the tunnel that you are in, kind of enthralled with the fire of the torch on the wall.
Did you both hear that?
I heard it.
I heard 2 loud booms come from the northern part of the cave there. Do you think our friends are okay?
And I'll roll for Cypress as well here.
Maybe we should go down there.
And Cypress,
Yeah.
you don't hear anything. You are kind of fixated on the feeling of the soil beneath your feet. And you remember spending some time here and how much you enjoyed it.
So Cypress, this was like a home to you for a while, right? You know this cave well, right?
Cypress is with the other 2, isn't he?
No,
No, that's
Bip is up there with the other 2. Cypress is still with you guys.
Okay, he will be right back. He's in the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys.
You're all good.
Ruining my role play.
However, I heard some noise, and I don't know. Do you think we should go check on him?
I wouldn't hate for something to have happened to our friends, and we're not there to support them.
I think we should go check on them. just to make sure.
Sounds like a great plan.
Maybe they need some hands.
Yeah. Bianca. I whistle and Bianca flutters around and flies onto the shoulder of Virina and just starts to inscribe little runes on her shoulder, and they kind of sink into her skin, and she has guidance now.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at the shoulder that this thing is on, and I'm going to look a
It
little.
feels good, by the way.
I'm gonna look a little confused, and that was rather pleasant. What is this thing?
It'll help you focus. It'll help you focus if there's anything, going on up there.
How interesting. Any side effects I should know of?
Nope, only that it makes you a better you, and that's what Stark Industries is about.
Oh,
Oh
dear.
my god.
I love it.
For all this. You're with us and Power Ranger pose.
You definitely got the vibes, right?
Yes.
The young, naive 19-year-old Stark boy off into the world.
That was beautiful.
All right. Do you four press forward?
Yes. As a side note, Bianca just remains on the shoulder of Virina.
Okay.
Can we run or sprint?
You can if you want.
I will sprint.
Yeah, let's
My
sprint.
shield full bore, and I'm sprinting down.
I'm right behind Gyro.
All right. So you all start making your way down the hallway towards where you heard the boom and your companions were at. As you're sprinting, you come across a fork in the road with scorch marks on the right path. Which way do you go?
So these scorch marks Bianca saw, right?
Yes.
So aren't we following the scorch marks right now?
So you guys know about the scorch marks, but you don't know which path your compatriots went down.
Is there any way we can indicate which way they went?
You all can go ahead and roll a perception for me.
The sleight of hand was an accident. Sorry.
You could say that sleight of hand was a sleight of hand.
Oh, boo.
It wasn't.
All right. Cypress and Varys. I just need your guys' perceptions.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Bianca do it for me because her perception is actually better than mine.
Okay.
So
Aid her! Aid her! Aid her! You hear
Get that
Lucas's
advantage!
voice in your head.
sure, I'll aid her.
Okay.
As well. I'll be like Bianca, up into the air. Tell me what you see.
All right.
I'll just do this.
That's
That's the wrong one.
That's a D hundo.
Alright.
Roll one more D20 because it's with advantage when you assist.
Oh, okay. All right. So
All right.
then that's
An 11.
13. Because she gets my proficiency bonus.
Okay. All right. So, Gyro, Bianca, and Virina, as you are all peering down the hallways, you don't you can't really tell which way your compatriots have taken off at this fork in the road. Cypress, you, however, as you're looking down the hallways, you swear that you can see a small tuft of red fluff and what you would assume is Bip as they round the corner down the path with the scorch marks.
I would know where Bip is, I think, at all times.
Okay, good to know.
Sorry, I'm just returning from the restroom. Are you guys needing me to communicate that information to the team?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Hey,
Philip.
guys,
I don't know.
you're going this
anything.
way.
I'm ignorant.
Indicate like the left.
What was that?
They're going to the left. Is that what you said?
They went down the path with the scorch marks to the right.
To the right. Okay. They're going, guys. I can see them. They're going to the right. Let's follow the scorch marks. Right behind him.
All right. I'm still
I
sprinting.
suppose we can trust you for now.
All right.
I'm sprinting straight into the room.
All right, Gyro, you go sprinting down the hallway towards where Cypress had said your companions are. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm gonna walk faster, but not sprint nor run. I'm just gonna kind of look after him like rushing into danger is never good.
All right. You power walk your way down the hallway.
Accurate. Sashay my way down the hall. And what are you doing?
Posing with attitude.
Oh my god.
All right. So, as you four make your way down the hallway and come to the turn in the hallway where you saw your compatrons had went around, you see Lucius on G'day's shoulder, looking down at the ground, whereas Cypress can see that Lucius is looking down at Bip. What do you four do? You have the element of surprise. Except for you. No, actually, no. You don't have the element of surprise. As Gyro makes his way to the corner, stomping, sprinting at full speed, Lucius and G'day, you hear the stomping behind you. What do you do?
Your other water in under your bed.
I turn and gasp in shock.
I immediately turn and I'm like,
Oh, I see that our companions have grown weary of waiting for us, so they've decided to follow. Well, I guess this works out.
and then I immediately hop off and I say,
Good day to you, giant.
and I hop off her shoulder and I scurry back over to my shield, and I hop onto Gyro as he's coming hurtling towards us.
I point my finger at Lucius and say, "Let me find you alone. I have other weapons other than Aurelius."
I meant no disrespect, giants. Calm down, calm down.
And I'm like, are you guys okay?
I don't know. Be quiet, as I kind of like finally get onto Gyro's I guess chest and then up to his shoulder. I'm like, calm down. Stop. Everyone. These scorch marks, you have noticed them, right? And I believe this weasel has been telling or reporting back to you.
So I kind of mutter under my breath. I say, obviously, this creature's culture has never told him not to tell a woman to calm down. And I don't know what weasel he's speaking of.
Yeah, what is this weasel you're talking about? You okay, man? You need a hot like a hot towel or something, or
No, I don't. My goodness. You guys, I swear. All of you uncultured. No, and you giant,
Never mind. And I kind of wave off, good day.
Okay.
And then I'm like, the weasel right here. I believe.
And then I jump in.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Bip, will you show yourself?
And
then you can see him.
All right.
what does he look like?
A weasel.
oh,
As Cypress
Oh my God.
says,
It's
Bip,
bigger than
show
you.
yourself. You watch as you see like this shaking, like a dog shaking water off of its fur coat. And you watch as this almost transparent, translucent weasel appears before you all.
well, I'll be. There really is a weasel, and here I was just thinking that Lucius was just getting delirious from cutting himself so much.
Bless you, Virina.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm like, as soon as Ver says that, I like shoot a look at him. I'm like, how dare you insinuate that I would ever grow so weak as to succumb to any sort of illusion or
I'm just saying, medically speaking,
Lack of
man,
blood.
you're losing a lot of blood. So I'm just, I don't know.
Well, yes. I mean, like I said, with great power comes a great need for a source for that power. And what better source than the very life that flows through you?
All right. I think the lack of blood is talking again. I'm just gonna. Everybody seems to be okay. I'm gonna hang out over here.
I kind of like scurry over to him off of Gyro's back, and I'm like, now, Varys, I don't mean to be rude or offensive in any manner. I see that you seem to have quite the bit of trouble with the magic that I use. I tell you, I did not, as I said at the fire last night, I did not choose this. It chose me. I am bound to it by the very blood that flows through my veins.
I see. Well, you weren't there when my dad used blood magic to fuel his machines for war. All for the sake of elevating the house, so I won't hold it against you.
Everyone,
just
go
know
ahead and
that's
roll a
where I have
perception for me.
Hmm?
Everyone, roll perception for me.
By the gods. And I scoot closer and like immediately perk up at the mention of another blood mage.
Ooh.
Your father. Good day. Did you see what she wrote?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. So,
That's hilarious.
I immediately, at the sound of another blood mage, I immediately like perk up and I'm like, by the gods, your father was another one of my I don't even know what you would call us.
as you
And, yep, go
Sorry.
ahead. Sorry, DM.
No, you're good. As you're explaining this, Cypress, Gyro, G'day, Lucius, Virina, did you roll perception?
Does a 12 hit?
Nope. Sorry.
Darn.
Mm.
Oof.
Sad news
All
bears.
right. Cypress, Gyro, G'day, Lucius. As Lucius is finishing his sentence at hearing Varys talking about another blood mage, you all hear scurrying coming from down the tunnel where the other scorch mark is along the wall. G'day, you specifically watch as this odd lizard-like creature continues running down the hallway.
Towards us.
Away from you.
Can I roll perception to figure out what it is?
You rolled a
And
nat
then-
20. So from, let's see, you're half elf, so you have low light vision, yes? Or dark vision?
Low light vision.
Low light vision, okay. From what you can see from this creature running away, this creature... Actually, go ahead and roll a survival for me. Survival or nature, I'll let you pick. That works.
Nat 20! Woo!
All right.
You go!
As you are watching this creature run away from you all down the hallway, you immediately think back from times that you've spent in the swamps and the few caves, or rather from the caves that you're also familiar with. You recognize this creature as a troglodyte.
Oh god.
Egads.
So I immediately yell out, "Dear God, a troglodyte killed my mother!" And I throw the axe that I already have at it. Out at it.
Okay, go ahead and roll for attack. And you'll have advantage since they are not looking at you.
As she does that, I will immediately turn and I will ready. I'll pull out my dagger and I'll slice my hand and sheath it, and then I will immediately ready my. I apologize, DM.
You're good.
It's brand new. Where is it? Oh, my Crimson Right. As a bonus action, I will take 1d4 damage, and I'll roll that really quick. But I activate my Crimson Right, which causes the blue flames to once again rise over my paws and begin to drop frost. And then I look at Gyro and I go, "My shield, together we will burn them with our frost." And then I look at G'day as she throws her axe.
Alright, as the magix is flowing around Lucius's paw, and he speaks to Gyro, "Come, my shield." you watch as G'day takes Aurelius and hurls Aurelius down the hallway, and you watch as it tumbles through the air and then bounces and slides against the ground as the creature continues running down the hallway into an open cavern. I need everyone to place their tokens down here for me, please.
Down where?
Down here, please.
I don't see where you're pinging.
Down at the bottom on the right.
Okay, cool.
I cannot.
You cannot what?
Drop my token.
Is it not letting you drop your token?
No. I'm on a tablet. It only moves the map when I click the map. It won't.
PC Master Race. Gyro.
I don't know.
Gabe, you I'm on tablet too, so you go to your go to where all the characters are, and then you long click on your character, and then you can drag him.
No, it doesn't let me.
Interesting.
Okay. I'll continue
Sorry for
to do this. Well, we'll have to set up some time to sit there and play with it and try to figure out how we can get it to work for you. But we'll do that some other time during the week.
Oh, whoa.
Alright. So, what is the order in which you are all running out? Or rather, exiting the hallway and into the open cavern?
I'm on Gabe's shoulder, or Gyro's shoulder, rather. Sorry.
Okay.
And as G'day as she throws her axe, I yell, "Fly true, blade!" And then I watch as it doesn't hit, and I'm like, oh.
Alright, for all intents and purposes, that is going to represent... Oh, I am on the wrong layer. That is going to represent your axe, G'day.
Okay.
Alright. So, is this the pecking order?
Yes. But do we have to roll? Oh, well, we haven't even gotten there yet.
Nope, not yet. Alright, so you make your way out into this open cavern and you watch as this creature, this Troglodyte, continues running over to these other campfires. And you see more Troglodytes around the campfires.
I say, should venture forward very carefully. You, giant ranger, can you give us an estimation of how many there are?
Very carefully, I just charged in throwing an axe.
Go ahead and roll perception for me, G'day. Alright, from what you can tell, you can see 3 of them, but you assume that there must be more.
I will lightly relay the information back.
Cypress, can you send your weasel vermin in and distract them?
I will do it for you, Vermin.
I am not the vermin. I am
A rat?
no. This is not the time nor the place to be having this discussion, especially with a tree.
I said yes.
Thank you. And you Tinkerer, perhaps you can prepare one of your devices so that we can be prepared to scramble them or some sort. What bring you to this?
Varys's goggles are still on. You kind of see that they kind of brighten up a little bit, and you see like these little runes kind of floating around on the inside of them. And then he says, "What do troglodytes actually look like?"
Well,
They look like murlocs.
they're scaly, disgusting looking.
Scaly, disgusting looking.
Yes.
Are they violent?
As you are all discussing this,
Well, yes, they are.
Okay, all right.
as you're all discussing this about troglodytes, you watch as the one that was running from you.
Have you ever seen?
Son of a fucking bitch. Sorry. As you are all discussing this about what troglodytes look like, the troglodyte that was running from you has now grouped together with its allies. And you can see it like gesturing and speaking to the other ones. And you watch as one of them runs off in this direction. Yes, you do.
As we're watching this play out, I'm like,
Have you ever seen a Naga creature? I think that's only worse and a little bit more dumb.
These creatures, whether dumb or Naga, as you say, seem to be gesticulating over there, and it makes me think they're plotting something.
You, cypress tree, send your weasel in.
Okay. As Varys hears all this, he starts to kind of sweat a little bit because he has no idea. He's never heard of any of this stuff. So he starts to sweat a little bit, and he says, you with the shield, Gyro, you look like you're gonna protect us. Let me see your blade for a quick second." And he starts to he takes his goggles, and then you see these beam come out of his goggles, and he just kind of moves his head wildly, and he creates these runes on his blade, and now Gabe's has a magic weapon.
All right. As this is all going down, G'day quickly moves forward and picks up Aurelius from the ground and casts Hunter's Mark on the troglodyte that she threw her axe at. At this point, you all see the troglodytes turn towards your direction with their makeshift wooden spears in hand. You watch as they kind of lean forward and they hiss violently at you. I need everyone to roll initiative, please.
Hell yeah.
DM said roll initiative. Hey!
okay, so how do I do this?
So you will click on your token, and then in your sheet, you will... Actually, let me clear this out, because for whatever reason it did not. Hold up on the initiative rolls. I gotta clear out the turn order, because it decided to fuck up.
I'm so sorry.
I burned.
That's
There we go.
Can
Okay, go ahead and roll initiatives now. Virina, go ahead and roll your initiative again, and then we'll update it to what you had rolled prior. G'day, you can go ahead and roll new initiative, and then Gyro, you can either roll or keep your 14.
I rolled and got a 20.
Okay.
That's good. May my shield go before me.
I would like to go before everyone.
Okay. Let me get this.
I
set
would
up.
like my shield to go before me.
Alright, so we got Gyro, Cypress. Cypress, you got 2 initiatives here. Is one for Bit?
Yeah.
Okay, which one's Bit?
Error. I rolled under meaning, I did Cypress first.
Okay.
GM.
Yes.
Just for the sake of combat, and so it's easier. I don't know if his familiar runs the same way as mine, but Bianca, she's on the same initiative count as myself. She just goes immediately after me.
Okay.
It's some right. It goes on its own initiative turn. No, it goes on its own. Mhm.
Arena's in. Gyro's 20. Lucius 17. G'day, we'll keep the higher, which was the 9. Okay, do I got everyone party-wise? So, G'day, Varus, Cypress, Gyro, Virina, Lucius, plus Bianca and Bit. Okay, cool. Right, 3.
Oh.
Okay, let me get these initiatives out. Son of a bitch, stay on the pivot. There we go. Okay, and put these into descending order. Alright, so as you watch as these troglodytes hiss at you in violence, knowing that you are now present, you watch as the furthest troglodyte comes back within sight range with a larger troglodyte in tow. Oh no, turn order, where'd you go? Come back, there you are. So many moving pieces. Alright, as this new larger troglodyte comes into range, it looks at you all, and it takes its spear and hits it against the ground. Gyro, you are up.
Let me see.
Quick speed.
Each square is how many again? Sorry.
5.
I mean, I guess I'll move 30 feet up and just stand in like a defensive stance. Because I can only move 30 feet, right?
Yep. If you take the action to sprint, you can double your movement speed. But that will be your
We're only
action.
No, we're gonna move 30 and just stand in a defensive stance. Also, I guess, is that kind of like a fork in the cave, like to the left right there?
Where?
Or just like a crevice, like in the cave on our left?
On your left, it is a wall.
Okay, then yeah, 30 feet straight forward.
Okay. All right. And what would you like? Yes.
Since I'm on his shoulder, would I go with him?
Yes, you would.
Okay.
All right. And then what would you like to do with your action? So at this point, if you javelin is 6, it's either 60 or 90 feet to throw, if I remember correctly.
I believe.
Regardless, I only have my sword out right now, so.
Okay. Would you like to hold your action?
Yeah, I'll hold my action.
Okay, cool. Just go ahead and whisper me what the trigger point for your held action will be.
What does that mean?
So when you hold your action, you typically will end up letting your DM know what the trigger point would be. So like if you are, like say you have one of your party members is acting as a decoy and having the enemies chase, you can hide behind a wall and hold your action and set the trigger point for when an enemy runs by. At that point, your action will then be expended at whatever point in the turn order it is, and you will attack.
Okay, so then my trigger point just be whenever an enemy is in range?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, cool. Let me make a quick note. All right, and then was there anything else you would like to do with your turn?
No, sir.
All right, cool. All right. Up next is this Troglodyte. Yes?
Just for clarification, the javelin is 30 feet to 120 feet.
Okay. All right. This Troglodyte will go ahead and move up here, and it will. So you watch as this Troglodyte moves forward, and it has its spear at the ready, waiting for anyone to approach it. With that, Virina, you are up.
So sorry. right? Is this freaking balls? Sorry. Is this passable? Like I can walk through it?
So it is a slanted edge to the wall itself. So if you were to try to walk on it, you would not have proper footing.
Okay. So then I will walk around. 1, 2, 30. My movement speed is 40, so I'm gonna end up right here and try to flank them.
Okay.
And that is my action. Or that is my movement, and I'm gonna hold my action.
All right. Sounds good. All right. So this Troglodyte is up next. You will watch as it goes right here. Actually, let me double check its movement speed. Alright, so this Troglodyte is going to move forward and into range. Gyro, go ahead and use your held action and make your attack. Yep, 19 hits. Oops.
Boom. And then is the 10 what it does for the damage?
Yes. Alright, so as this Troglodyte approaches you, Gyro, you quickly, with your sword at ready, you bring it down and you carve a nice slash into its chest, dealing 10 damage. Very nice.
Well done, my shield. Well done.
And then this Troglodyte is going to attack you. .21 to hit.
Belay that.
What is your AC?
18.
18? Okay, so it will hit.
I was gonna ask, can I actually, before you hit, do my bonus action?
So bonus actions, unless it specifies within the whatever is going to trigger the bonus action, has to be done on your turn.
Gotcha.
I think there's a couple of things that allow you to do a bonus action outside your turn, but I don't think that happens until like late game, if memory serves. And John can feel free to correct me here.
No, you are correct, my friend.
Okay, so okay, so he's gonna attack you twice here. All right, this next one is a 16 to hit. Does a 16 hit?
I lose 16 HP.
No. What is your AC?
Oh, 18.
Okay, so the second attack misses. All right, so you watch as this creature, after you had just slashed it with your sword, quickly shaking the blow off, covered in blood, as it lunges forward with its claws, and it rakes its claw across your cheek. You take 6 points of slashing damage. Oh no, my apologies. You take 4 points of slashing damage. As it brings its hand down, it attempts to lunge forward and bite at you, but you quickly, nimbly shift to the side, and you watch as its jaws clamp down next to your arm, and then it gets back into position. that will be it for that troglodyte. Up next is this troglodyte here. He will go ahead and move forward.
Later, guys. I gotta go.
Okay, bye. Thank you for
I'm gonna play
playing.
my character for the next hour.
Alright, for sure.
Mercy, whoever.
Alright, thanks for joining, Cypress.
Awesome.
Later, bro.
Alright. And this one is going to make some attacks on you, Gyro. That's a miss. And that is a 19 to hit.
Ooh, yeah.
You will take 3 points of slashing damage. You watch as this other troglodyte quickly rushes forward as it attempts to bite at you, missing. Very, very poorly missing. As it doesn't judge the distance between itself and you correctly, as it bites at the air before immediately bringing its claws around and slashing your arm. And you take the 3 points of slashing damage. And with that, Lucius, you are up, followed by Bianca and Varys. Or rather, Varys and Bianca.
Seeing all of the damage that my shield has taken, I immediately scramble down and lunge at the first troglodyte's face, yelling, "Lay off my shield!" And I lunge at it, and I make a strike against the face, trying to target the eyes with my crimson right fist.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for hit.
Alright, beautiful. That is going to be... Oh! Jolly good boy!
Very nice. Roll for damage.
Alright. That is going to be... 1. 1d4, plus 4, plus 1d4 cold damage.
He reached in for his eyes and pulled out his skull. You're like...
Wow, so that'll be 4 bludgeoning, 4 cold, from my fist, my crimson right.
Okay.
So it'll actually be 8 bludgeoning plus 4 plus 2. So that'll be 12, 14 damage total.
14 total?
Yep.
Alright. Cool beans. How do you want to kill it?
Woo! I just want to punch so hard with the full fury of my rage at seeing my shield get hurt and just slam into his eye socket, exploding through, like my whole arm goes into the socket and like kind of scrambles the brain a little bit, and then I rip out portions of the brain and the eye and just blood and all of the like the water that kind of surrounds the brain, and just soaked in blood. And then I begin to kind of like pull the blood off and prepare my next attack as the blood as I use the blood from my enemy.
All right, cool. As you do this, you watch as the body falls limp, mouth open.
Can I ride the body down to the ground?
Sure.
Or awesome.
All right. After ramming it, you jump onto this creature and you ram your arm into its eye socket, pulling out brain matter and cerebral fluid and your just arm is just covered in blood, matting your fur, and you pull the blood off of your fur and swoosh it around in the air, and you prepare for your next attack as you ride this troglodyte's body to the ground. Very nicely done, sir.
Thank you.
Was there anything else you would like to do?
I just turn to Gyro and I go, "My shield, I will always have your back." And I face the next troglodyte next to Gyro.
All right, beautiful. All right, Varys, you are up.
Oh.
Did we lose Varys?
Yeah.
He said his phone died.
Ah, rip.
Yeah.
But he's typed.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
This is like Cantor, then I'll say Bianca, ready, don't touch me protocol. All right.
Very sexy, Varys.
All right, and is that what... well, he's not in Discord, so...
Oh, that sprite is so good.
Mhm.
Oh,
All right. While we're waiting for that response, we will have Cypress on deck here in a few minutes.
I might have to run to the gas station. Hey, Danny, you still live over by my house, right?
Be over in Antelope?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still over in Antelope.
Okay.
Okay.
We're still gonna have to do something.
He's using the... Are you seeing what he's putting in chat?
Win by Rihanna.
Bianca will use my action, win by Rihanna, gets close to a troggy.
Win by Rihanna gets close to a truggy. Oh my god.
Oh, that's so good.
Win by Rihanna.
What is Bianca doing?
Fucking mercy.
Just felt appropriate, you know?
You coward. Until Virina is close? Yeah. Alright. So, during this time, Varys is going to move close to as close to Gyro as possible and shout out to Bianca to use Don't Touch Me protocol, to which a small beep can be heard behind Virina's ear. And then for Bianca is going to hold her action until Virina gets close to someone. Alright, cool. Alright, so up next is this Troggy. He's going to move forward, and he is going to attack you, Lucius.
Oh no, he's not.
Does a 16 hit?
Why, yes, it does.
All right, and then that 6 is definitely not hitting. All right, so you watch as this troglodyte moves forward, watching its companion fall to the ground at your hands, and it will immediately lunge forward to bite at you. You take 5 points of piercing damage, followed up as it retracts its jaw with your blood on its teeth. It will slash its claw out at you, but will miss you because you are so tiny, and you can swear you hear it curse under its breath.
May I use my reaction to cast Blood Curse of the Fallen Puppet? Because I can use when a creature I see within 30 feet drops to 0 HP, I can use my reaction to have that creature make one weapon attack against the target of my choice within its range.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So holding the blood in my hands, I then immediately pull it up, and the ball of like all of this blood immediately splashes into the creature, and I then you watch as the creature, as I lift my paws up, the creature immediately kind of like jerks to life and begins moving, and it gets pulled up by its chest. And then, Gyro, you see right in front of you, the creature just pull down both of its claws towards the other troglodyte that just attacked me. And I go, "No, you don't!" DM, would you
Yes.
please roll an attack against?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Of course. All right.
Also, question. That
Yes.
thing moved within range of me too, right?
I know.
Yes, it did.
Do I get an attack of opportunity? Or no?
Attack of opportunity is if it were to leave your attack range.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. All right, as you watch as this dead troglodyte almost springs back to life, you watch as it turns and it rakes its claws against this the troglodyte that has just approached, and it takes 5 points of slashing damage.
And then the body just falls limp.
Correct. And then the body just falls back over, blood on its claws, as it falls limp onto the ground. And you watch as blood continues to pour out of its eye socket. Very, very nice, everyone. And with that, Cypress is up. Lucius, you should have control over both Cypress and Bip.
Okay.
Let me know if it's not working.
I am restarting Roll20.
Okay.
There we go. I don't have control over Lucius or over Cypress. I do have it over his weasel. Oh, you have him?
Okay,
Okay.
let me try.
Virina is going to take. She's going to do his turn. She
Okay.
has his computer.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
All right, try now. I just tried readjusting the permissions. Are you able to move them now?
I am not.
How about now?
Nope.
Okay, you want to drag him out from the journal?
Noob.
There we go.
There we go. Beautiful.
Okay. He is going to see his he's going to, I believe he's going to do this. Yes, he's going to immediately pull out a vial and uncork it, and then splash the vial across. Who's in range? He's gonna sprinkle it on G'day.
Okay.
And then run up, and I believe. Yeah. Yep. Run up to right here
Okay.
and sprinkle the remaining amount on Varys and Gyro, and then he pulls out his hands, and you watch as his hands begin making these motions, and then he goes, "And I bless you!" and pulls his arm down, and then casts Bless upon those three.
Right. Very, very nice.
So now when you guys attack, you can roll an additional d4 and add the number rolled to your attack or saving roll.
Thank you, God.
All right.
How many times can I do that? Just once?
It's up to 1 minute, so you guys have it for the next 10 turns.
Yep.
Or you guys have it once for the next 10 turns. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. And you swear that you hear under Cypress's breath, "I am Cypress."
Wait a second. DM, can you verify that?
Yeah, what are we verifying here?
Bless.
D4 from Bless you.
Bless should be in the player's handbook.
I'm looking at the rules and mechanic. Yeah, one. Yes. It's once that you guys can use it.
Yep.
So for 1 minute, I can add a D4 to my.
Oh no!
attack or saving roll.
No. It's
Once
every
for 1
attack.
minute.
It's every attack for the next minute.
Yep.
So for the next 10 turns.
Yep.
It's every attack for the next 10 turns. That's broken. All right, sorry about that, DM.
You're good. I mean, it may seem broken. It's a lower level, so I'm assuming once we get higher, the armor classes get harder to hit, so it'll be a nice little boon.
That's true.
All right.
So
cool.
yeah, for the next every attack and saving throw roll, you guys can add a D4 to the number, and that's for the next 10 turns. So that's cool.
Yep. All right, cool. Is there anything else Cypress would like to do?
That is it, DM.
All right. G'day, you are up.
All right. So the Troglodyte that I cast Hunter's Mark on is dead, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so in the spell it says if the target drops to 0 hit points before the spell ends, you can use a bonus action to mark a new creature. So I'd like to mark a new creature after drawing my bow.
Okay. Which creature would you like to mark?
The one that seems uninjured.
Uninjured, so the one on the right, correct?
Yes.
All right, cool. I will go ahead and throw a thingy on him.
Am I still able to attack, or is that it?
No, you can still attack. A bonus action doesn't eat up your standard action.
Okay, so yeah, I'd like to shoot my bow at him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for hit.
Oh, God damn it.
Do you wish to add your 1d4, and then I believe Hunter's Mark also adds to hit, if I am remembering correctly?
No, it.
Hunter's Mark is damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only damage.
Yeah, extra 1d6 damage. Okay. All right. So as you move your mark, you can feel your focus training in on this other troglodyte that is standing before Lucius Aurelius Maximus. As you draw your bow, knock your arrow, and release. You watch as the arrow flies true. However, it kind of arcs to the side, and it breezes past the troglodyte's head and flies over into the campfire behind him and burns. All right. Was there anything else you would like to do, G'day?
I believe that is it.
All right.
You don't want to move up?
I was going to say, you have movement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot about movement. I'll go 20 feet up, so...
15. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then, was that it for your movement?
Yes, that would be.
All right. Up next is this troglodyte over here. It's going to move right up here.
I need them to all to just group up right in front of me.
Alright, and with that, that will end his turn as he readies his spear, awaiting for anyone who dares come closer. Then...
I'm just gonna start pointing at people. Toll the dead.
This troglodyte is gonna move over here. And then up next is Bip, with Gyro on deck shortly after.
Irina's not in here.
Yes,
Oh,
she is.
Yes, she is. She
She's
got
over on the
19.
right.
Yeah, my
She's
bad.
behind the pillar over there.
I see. He has not. You have not done anything. You disappoint me. All right, Bip is going to. Let's see, that's the-
I'm gonna change
Yeah.
Bip's token to Weasel from Suicide Squad.
How much movement? Oh, there he is. All right. So he's going to. Yeah, I'll actually go right here. Yeah. Whoop. And then just hiss at the troglodyte.
All right.
That's it.
All right, cool. All right. Up next is this larger troglodyte in the back, followed with Gyro on deck. You all watch as this larger troglodyte holds its posture and kind of walks forward slightly, eyeballing the battle to see when and where and who it wishes to attack, as it slowly kind of makes its way forward. And it will pause and stop right there. All right, Gyro, you are up.
The one on the left is injured, the one on the right is not.
I mean, they're both injured. Just the one on the left more.
I'm just scared that this war is gonna be really difficult, so I don't want to use anything.
It's okay, I'm just the DM. It's not going to be difficult.
Yeah.
John and Mercy know.
Yeah.
So what's your AC, John?
15. And I am currently at 16 hit points.
If I use Shield of Faith, can I do it on myself?
Let's take a peek. It says a creature of your choice within range. That leads me to think you cannot select yourself.
Okay.
And John, feel free to correct me on that. Because I'm pretty sure if it said for a target, if it said self, then you can do yourself, but a creature means has to be someone else.
You actually can target yourself.
You can target yourself? Okay.
Yeah.
So as my bonus action, I'm going to use Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay.
And that is one of my slots gone.
You can't. Oh, that's right, because you get it as a. It's a rank 1 spell. Okay.
Yeah, that's
just keep in mind that it's a concentration spell. So if you use this and then you attack, you break your concentration.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can attack and then use it because it is a bonus action.
Let me do that then. So I'll attack the one that's on. Well, actually, let's kill the marked one, because that. If I kill the marked one, she can switch the mark to a different troglodyte, right?
Correct.
So then I'm gonna swing on the marked one.
Okay, go ahead and roll for hit. Yep, and then you will also have the plus 1d4 to your swing as well. Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful nat 20. That is what we like to see. Alright, so that will definitely hit. So the base damage for that is fucking max roll, so it'll be 8 times 2 plus your strength. So 16, 20 damage. Go ahead and roleplay out this evisceration.
So I swung my sword so hard that his head exploded and his body split in two at the same time.
Alright.
And then both pieces fell to the ground.
Alright. So, you you ready yourself, and with a keen eye for when to strike, you bring your sword down as you quickly, in a very samurai fashion, you sweep your sword through the troglodyte, and you watch as its body splits in two, and you just watch its head as it just falls to pieces from the force of your swing. Very nicely done. All right.
But now, as my bonus action, I'm going to use Shield of Faith.
All right. And your target?
Myself.
All right, cool. I'll just throw a little thingy on you.
For whatever reason, my phone charger isn't wanting to work on my phone, and I couldn't get it charging for like the first 15 minutes here, and so I just decided to use my old charger on my PlayStation, and now it's changing over there. It's, oh my gosh.
Since he's in range, am I able to move on top of that dead troglodyte's body?
So you can. You will be considered on difficult terrain, though.
It's not going to trigger an attack of opportunity because he's already next to me, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, I mean, that's totally fine. I'm only moving, what, 10 feet?
Oh, so you...
If that's the case. Or 15.
So it depends on how far up you're going. If you're standing on the body, then it would be 5. But you can move up 10 or 15, however far you want to go.
I only want to move up 5.
Only 5? Okay.
And then, does she need to pick her mark now or later?
So she can go ahead and G'day, go ahead and pick your new mark.
Well, then I pick the troglodyte on the left.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Mark placed. All right, Gyro, was there anything else you would like to do with your turn, sir?
No.
All right. Up
I
next.
just want to be in front of everyone.
All right, cool. All right, let me delete you from the turn order. All right, up next is a troglodyte with Virina on deck. All right, this is numero 7. All right, so this troglodyte will move forward and will attack Gyro. That will be a miss.
My AC is 20 now, just so you know.
And that is going to be a miss as well. Alright, you watch as this troglodyte moves forward, and as it gets within range, it lunges its spear forward. As it comes forward, it glances off of your armor. And then as it retracts its spear, it uses its other hand to swipe its claws at you. But its claws do nothing against your hard metal armor. And with that, Virina, you are up with Lucius on deck.
Got it. I am going to move yet again. I'm gonna go all the way around to this guy.
Alright.
Would I be behind him?
With the way that he was moving forward, yes, you would be.
Sweet. So, kind of like a surprise attack, would you say?
Not a surprise attack, or I'll give you advantage on the attack roll.
Nice.
Ooh,
26 will hit.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah. Oh wait, I did that wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're good. Alright, cool. So, as you come up behind this unsuspecting troglodyte, you quickly make a fist, and you just fucking smack it in the back of the head as it rears forward, and you watch as it spits blood onto the floor before it kind of turns its head and looks at you and hisses.
I'm gonna hiss back.
All right. Was there anything else you would like to do with your turn?
Is that 1 plus your strength? Is your strength modifier 4?
It's a plus. It's off of her dex, and it's a +3.
Oh yeah, my dex 3.
The rune thing. Okay, guidance is for hit, if I remember correctly.
Okay. I think I have 2 key points. Yeah, because I'm level 2. So I shall flurry the blows.
Flurry the blows. That will be a hit.
And so would it be both of these, or do I need to roll a second time?
To make 2 unarmed strikes as bonus actions. So you would roll 2 hits, if I'm reading this correctly. So you got an 18 on one of them, so go ahead and roll another.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful, both of those hit. Go ahead and roll damage for both.
Yeah.
Why the fuck is that so high? Look at that.
Okay.
It's because she rolled fucking 16s. Alright?
+8?
And then this is that's the left hand. And
Okay.
then this is the right hand.
Beautiful. How are you killing it?
Oh yeah, son.
She just
So-
hit that fool.
So, channeling my key, I'm going to gather all my energy into my fist, and I'm going to take my left fist. Did he turn around and face me after I hit him the first time?
Yes, he turned and hissed at you. And then
Okay,
you
okay.
hissed back. And then
Right.
walloped him in the
So-
face.
So I
Gave
hissed
him
back
a
at
one,
him,
too.
and then my left fist I aimed at his face,
Okay.
punching the right side of his face, and then with my
With your left
right,
hand?
just my dominant hand, I'm gonna aim at his heart and try to punch that sucker through his back.
All right. As you hiss back at this troglodyte, you bring your left hand and you strike the right side of its snout, causing it to rear over to the side, and then you just bring your right fist and you just fucking plow it through this creature's rib cage and its back, and you're holding the heart within your hand. What do you do with it?
Nasty.
Victory.
I'm gonna look at the heart.
Drink
And
its
go.
blood.
For half a second, I'm gonna look at his heart in my hand and bring it closer. And then as it gets closer, I'm gonna fling it out of my hand in disgust and be like, ew!
All right. You scream ew as you have this heart in your hand and you fling it to the ground and you watch as it rolls over towards the campfire. Very nicely done. All right.
That's it for me.
All right. Awesome. Very nice. All right. Up next is this troglodyte here, followed by Lucius on deck. All right. You'll make some swings against Gyro. That is a 19 to hit.
20 AC.
All right. And that is going to be a 20 to hit. All right. You watch as this severely wounded troglodyte that you had hit brings its claw forth, and it reaches forward in an attempt to grasp at you with its claws and sink its claws in, but you kind of pull back. But unexpectedly, as you pull back, you watch as it thrusts its spear forward, and it nicks you in the gap in your shoulder armor. You take 6 points of piercing damage. And with that, Lucius, you are up with Varys and Bianca on deck.
You hear, first you hear Cypress say, "Don't worry," and then you hear Lucius go, "No, my shield!" And I run up and I jump and I try to grab onto Gyro and kind of pull myself and then lunge off of him and then fly towards the troglodyte directly in front of him.
All right, go ahead and roll acrobatics.
Okay.
You're
Oh.
really
Oh. All right. With your nimbleness and Gyro just standing there tanking hits, you successfully jump up and leap off of him.
Oh.
But
All
you,
right.
you feel, as you are about to leap, you feel your heart sink a little bit as you feel your foot slip a little bit, but then find purchase.
All right. And then I'm going to bring down my fist once again, trying to repeat what I did with the other troglodyte.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for hit.
Oh, horrible.
Oh. All right. As you fly through the air at this troglodyte, it looks up at you, and you just attempt to bring your fist down into its eye socket, as you had done once before with the other, and you watch as it pulls its head down, and you kind of bonk off the top of its head.
Ugh, no! Shield, help! And I begin to fall.
And so you can go ahead and choose to either land on the left or the right side of this troglodyte.
I will land on the left. So
All
right here. In the worst of danger. Oh my gosh.
Are you sure you want to land on that? I'm giving you the choice.
Yeah, it's fine. I actually like that. And I'm like, shield! Calling out to Gyro.
Oh, God.
All right.
Why on that side? Come on, John.
All right. Was there
For
anything
the
else you'd like to
gram,
do?
Man, for the gram. Do it for the gram.
All right. Was there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
No, thank you, DM.
All right. No, thank you. All right, Varys, you are up, followed by Bianca and then Cypress on deck.
All right. So Bianca, she hears me say the do not touch protocol, and then she immediately begins to fly up off the shoulder of Byrina.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, this thing on my screen won't get off. There it is. Okay. She immediately flies up off the shoulder and then flies over to the troglodyte closest to Gyro and I. And she kind of lands on the troglodyte, and you kind of see her sucking in this energy, and then you see this big pulse of electricity come out of her. And we're gonna do shock and grasp.
Okay.
I don't know if that's on my character sheet yet.
Do you know the dice to roll?
D20 plus 7.
Okay. And which troglodyte are you doing this on?
This one is on the one in front of Gyro.
Okay. This one?
I can't see if we're pulsing it. Yep, that one.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. Roll for hit. All right,
Did I roll?
16. That will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Alright, that's plus 5, so 7.
7 damage.
Yep.
All right. As the electricity arcs out, you watch as it strikes this creature unexpectedly, and you watch as the electricity pulses through its body, and it kind of seizes for a second before it shakes itself off, and it resumes its focus back on Gyro. Beautiful. Was there anything else you would like to do?
GM, my bad. Just 2 damage. I'm thinking of something else. It's just 2 damage.
Just 2 damage? Okay.
Just 2.
Thank you for the correction. No worries, you're all good.
And then I just again move up behind Gyro.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright, and is that it for Varys?
Yes, sir.
Alright, up next is Bianca.
Bianca.
What is Bianca doing?
Oh, that was what Bianca did. So I used my action. My action is an action for Bianca. That's what she does.
Okay. So it's
Yeah.
not so much that Bianca has her own turn. Her actions just happen with your action.
It depends on what I do. So if I use
Okay.
a spell through her, then it's my action. Yeah.
Okay, so in this instance, Varys's action is to make Bianca attack.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, so then that would be it for Bianca and Varys, correct?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check. Thank you for that. Alright, Cypress, you are up with G'day on deck.
Yep. Cypress reaches out, seeing the damage that Gyro has taken, and wanting to stay true to the oh my gosh, what's the word? No, to what Bao had told him to do, basically.
Okay.
He holds out his hands, and you hear him say, "By the winds that surround us, I call upon you. Rejuvenate!" And you feel wind begin to whip at your feet, Gyro, and then wind begin to pull around you. Just a light wind, and he heals you for...
Woo!
7. So Gyro, you are healed for 7.
Gyro, as the wind envelops you and you feel this rejuvenation come upon you, you actually notice that some of the wounds that have been inflicted have actually started to heal and close up. Very, very nice, Cypress. Was there anything else you would like to do?
That is it.
All right, G'day, you are up, followed by Bip in a few turns.
Well, the first thing I'd like to do is shoot another volley at the marked Troglodyte,
Okay.
using, obviously, the Hunter's Mark.
All right. 22 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Oh. How do you do specifically damage?
Click longbow from the chat. There you go. Nice.
And then, because it's Hunter's Mark, I also do a 1d6.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead and add that.
Hecka good, dude.
Oh.
I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's already dead, but
How do you do it exactly?
Slash roll.
Slash.
Yep. All right. Very nice. All right.
Wait, don't I get an extra from what Cypress did?
It would be a bonus. It'd be a bonus 1d4 to your attack roll, not your attack damage.
Okay.
But yep, how do you want to kill it?
I would like to shoot it in the neck so that its head rolls off to the side and I can grab it as a trophy later.
All right. You knock your arrow once more, finding your new focus with your mark. You draw your bow and release it as your arrow flies true, hitting harsh and deeply into the troglodyte's neck. And you watch as the skin just begins to give out from where the arrow had penetrated. And you watch as its head kind of rolls and lolls to the side, but still slightly attached, and the body just falls limp on the floor. You also watch as blood kind of splatters onto Lucius's tail. Very nicely done. That was...
Watch where you're
Can I
aiming.
ask, how long has it been since we started battle?
Let's see, it's on the second round, so it has been 2 minutes. If my time
okay, sweet. Then
is correct.
Sorry, then I roll my mark to another troglodyte.
Alright, which one are you moving it to?
The one in front of Virena?
The one in front of Irina is dead.
Dead.
Oh. Well, the next closest one that's not dead.
So you got this one in front of Gyro, this one, and the big one.
Oh, I'll switch it to the big one then.
Alright.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Was there anything else you would like to do with your turn, G'day?
That is it.
Alright. Beautifully done, everybody. Alright. Let me get him from the turn order. So up next is 6, followed by 3, 8, 7, 4. Okay. Alright. So up next is this troglodyte here. He's going to move slightly to the side and then make an attack on Lucius. That is going to be a miss. That is going to be a hit with a 20.
Ooh. Not 20?
No. Dirty
Oh.
20.
Scary.
Alright. So, as this troglodyte moves closer towards you, Lucius, you watch as it brings its claws down, but you nimbly duck out of the way, but you don't expect as it follows up with its jaws and it bites down onto your chest hard. And you take 5 points of piercing damage.
Oh, my shields.
Where's my shield?
My shit.
Alright. And then with that, it will be this other troglodyte's turn. And he will
I am
move
at
up.
Exactly half HP.
And he will attack Lucius. That's a miss. And that is a miss. Alright. You watch as this other troglodyte moves forward and into position. And you watch as he takes his spear and he lunges it towards you. But you easily
Roll out of the way.
and roll out of the way as it pulls its spear back and thrusts once more. But your nimble little squirrel feet are just too much for it to actually hit. Beautiful dodging. Alright, Bip, you are up next, followed by Gyro.
Wonderful.
After the troglodyte.
Bip is going to squeak and squeal as it runs towards one of the troglodytes and kind of lunges a bit and chomps down, trying to bite.
Alright, go ahead and roll for that hit. That is a nat 20. Roll for damage.
Yeah, that's a whopping for that bite. Oh my gosh, 2d1s.
Woo!
So 2 points of damage as the weasel bites down on the freaking like calf of one of them. I don't know.
Oh my god.
All right. Which one is it attacking? Because he hasn't moved yet.
Oh, sorry. Up here, here, and then bite down on this one in
All
front
right.
of Zero.
Cool. All right. Everyone watches as this little near transparent weasel scurries forward on the ground, following Lucius's movement style, and runs up and just begins gnawing at this troglodyte's shin. You watch as its teeth scrape in, and Bip can almost feel as if his canines reach the bone. And you watch as the troglodyte kind of like reels back a little bit and moves its foot, kicking Bip off of its leg. Beautifully done, Bip, you tiny little bastard. Was there anything else Bip would like to do?
Nope.
All right. With that comes to the large troglodyte here. You watch as it moves forward just a tiny bit, and it looks over at you, Virina. You watch as it stomps its foot and hisses at you, and then moves forward in a charge and attacks.
I hiss back again.
All right, that is a 16 to hit.
I am a 16.
All right.
Tie goes
That is a
with it.
20. Goes to the attacker.
Yeah.
Stop lodging in there. All right. So 2 hits and a miss.
Oh boy, guys. See if I die today.
I was gonna say I am not confident for you.
All right. You watch as this larger troglodyte rushes forward to you, Virina, and it brings its spear back and does a flurry of lunges at you with the spear. The first one, you kind of easily dodge to the side, but it brings the spear back and then stabs you twice, dealing 14 points of piercing damage total.
Guys. Nope.
All
I'm gonna look over to the party, look down at
Goodness gracious.
right.
and say, it looks really bad, guys. And
Alright.
just bleed profusely.
And with that, it is Gyro's turn.
Bleeding pure. I can't even say the word
I mean, but
with
I can't
enough
even like,
emphasis for you to understand.
Profusely.
That's the word. If a squirrel, let's say, decided to come up and bite me, I might die.
She's got like 1 point of HP left.
All right, Gyro, you are up, my friend.
If the wind blew the wrong way, I might die.
You will die from 1 point of poke damage.
I might die.
man. I only have 1 spell left, and I got rid of my healings. Damn, I want to move up to that big creature. I guess I'll just swing at the one in front of me.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm screaming on the ground for your help. Shield! Shield, help me! As they're jabbing at me.
I can't get you until the one in front of me is dead.
I know.
We'll get there. I'll get there. I'll save you. I'll jump on you like a grenade, bro. We're good.
I'm like, well then, hurry it up.
Oh, that was interesting.
You do have the blessing, so you can add a 1d4 to your swing.
Oh.
And you have a +1.
Mm-hmm. So go ahead and roll 1d4.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful. Plus that one will put you at a 13, which will be a hit. Go ahead and roll for damage. Well, it already rolled there. Alright, so that is 7 points of slashing damage. How do you want to kill it?
Yes!
I want to kick its body over Lucius's. And when I say over, I don't mean like on top of. I mean like I want it to go towards the other troglodytes.
Okay. Alright, you go ahead and you bring your sword down, slashing deep into this troglodyte as you watch its body just kind of slowly stop moving and begin to fall down. But as it's doing so, you kick its body over Lucius. And you watch as the blood smears on the ground, and blood just, as the body flies, just drips down onto Lucius.
Perfect.
Lucius is just gonna be fucking coated in blood by the time this is over.
Am I allowed to grab him while I'm on the move?
So that would technically be an action.
In action? Okay, then I won't. So I'll just move up 2 spaces.
Would it...
Okay.
DM,
Yes.
would I be able to... Would we be able to... No, never mind.
Okay.
Well, and from this point, I am also going to use my second spell and Shield of Faith.
All right.
One more time.
And your target?
Because it's a bonus action.
Yep.
Myself.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Virina, you are up with Lucius on deck, followed by Varys.
Folks, do or die.
I wish I had compelled duel. I didn't even think of that one.
I can't even run away because then it's an attack of opportunity.
You can use your action to disengage.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Disengage.
All right, go ahead and move.
Is he hurting her?
Say what?
Did he do some damage to her?
You're
Oh, yeah,
crackly. I can't hear you.
he asked if she did damage, or if the troglodyte did damage to her.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Look this way.
he did 14 points of damage to her. He did way more to her than I ever saw in this game.
It's the bandit captain all over again. Mercy.
Yeah.
If I roll my ankle, I will die.
Just that one HP.
If I stub my toe, I will die.
She's at 1 HP.
Mm-hmm.
1 HP.
But you know what? Fuck it. I have 2 key points. I'm gonna go ahead and attack. Oh no, excuse me. I meant 1.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're gonna attack him.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. Shit.
What did Tupac say? Two tears in a bucket.
Just don't Kobe this.
Motherfuck it.
Yeah.
20 will hit. Roll for damage.
Alright. Balls.
Bollocks. All right.
Okay. I am gonna use my key point.
That will miss.
Damn.
Wait, doesn't she still have a +4?
It's a nat 1.
Yeah, that one is my +4.
So that is a
No.
guaranteed miss.
But
I
this
mean,
is,
it's a nat one.
I have a second
Oh,
one.
She still has one more swing, though.
+4.
All right, 14 will not hit. That will miss.
Oh, use your +4.
The guidance.
My +4.
Your blessing.
Yep.
I have a blessing.
Oh, and guidance.
Oh yeah, and if
You have
Varys,
Yeah, Varina has guidance.
And blessing.
Tell me what that means again.
You roll an additional 1d4 for bless to hit, and then roll a 1.
Let's see. Guidance. For the spell ends, target rolls a d4 and adds the number to one ability check of its choice.
Oh, that's just ability check. Okay.
Yeah.
So just the 1d4 extra to hit.
for bless.
On each hit or just once?
Just once.
Yeah, just
the
Yep.
nat one for sure miss.
All right, that'll bump you up to a 16. That will still miss.
Ooh, goodness.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, boys and girls, this is not looking good.
Did my
That's
best.
why I did not want to touch that motherfucker.
All right. As Virina, you feel your blood start to boil with rage after taking those blows. You still feel weak, though, and you bring your fist forward as you connect with the creature's chest, dealing the 4 points of bludgeoning. And you then ready yourself and go into a flurry of blows, swinging twice. But as you throw the first punch, the creature easily just sidesteps you, and you almost feel yourself almost fall to the ground. And then you try to bring in with an uppercut, and as you do so, the creature grasps your fist, and it laughs. Sagnalakna. And you pull your fist back. Was there anything else you would like to do?
I'm gonna weakly laugh back. Can I disengage?
If you have a bonus action that allows you to.
I don't think I do. Okay, that's it for me.
All right, Lucius, you are up, followed by Varys Bianca on deck, and then Cypress.
Sorry, I spit on his feet. All of the blood that's coming out of my mouth.
That's so hot. I'm glad you chose to do it on his feet. That's absolute attractive shit right there.
What can I say? It's a vine move.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna attack this one.
Okay. That will hit.
Alright. Why did it do that? I'm so sorry.
You're good.
You're at half HP?
Yeah. And then I get... Yes, I am. So 7 bludgeoning and 2 cold damage.
All right. Well, you bring your fist forward as you punch this troglodyte in the chest, and you watch as the cold from your ability wraps around this creature, and you see the frost build up on its chest, and you see as it just starts to bleed from where your little paw has made impact with it. Nicely done.
Thank you. And that's it.
All right. Varys Bianca, you two are up. Followed by Cypress and G'day on deck.
Does the big troglodyte seem kind of dexterous?
From what
He
you
seems
can
fast.
From what you can tell, a little bit, but you haven't seen it move around enough to get a good pinpoint for how dexterous this creature may be.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So Varys goggles shift over. He looks over at the troglodyte, and you see this kind of blue line kind of point over towards the big troglodyte. And he sees that Virina's not looking too good. And he whistles to Bianca. And then Bianca kind of flies back over to Virina.
Hmm?
But on the way over to Virina, you kind of see it sucking in this energy again, and then it drops a crap ton of grease on top of this troglodyte. He's got to make it dex saving throw for to be knocked prone.
Okay. What is the
Ooh.
DC?
15.
All right. Pull up the modifiers here.
Nicely done, man.
All right. So you watch as Bianca moves over and drops a bunch of grease around this troglodyte, and you watch as the grease gets beneath this creature's feet, and you watch it kind of slip and slide around a little bit. But you watch as it digs its heels in and continues to remain in its current pose, and it brings its spear into the ground to help itself stand up.
All right, cool, good on him. All right, Bianca lands on Virina, and then as a bonus action, I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on Virina.
Okay.
So what that does is basically if she's the target of any like spell or attack, whatever creature is doing it to her has to make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they lose that attack or the spell, and
Okay.
then they have to target.
Okay.
Wisdom 15.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Very nice.
In my turn. Yeah.
All right. Cypress, you are up, followed by G'day.
All right.
What is going on?
He's gonna use his last spell slot and cast his last remaining healing word on
You're the closest. Oh, unless he does it on Virina.
yeah, that's what he's gonna try to do.
Does that count, DM?
The what?
Yep.
It's within
Oh,
60
it's
feet.
Yeah, it's Virina's in range.
Okay.
So she gets +4. So she gets 8 healing points back. And that's it.
All right.
I'm gonna, as loudly as possible, you tree person.
All right. So
And then Cypress is gonna move right there. And that's it.
all right, cool. So Cypress utters his words, and Virina, you feel yourself rejuvenating, and you can kind of feel and you see the blood stop flowing from where this larger troglodyte had stabbed you with its spear, and you feel almost like you got a second wind. Very nice. All right, G'day, you are up, followed by the troglodytes, and then Bip.
Alright, so once again, I launch a volley at the big troglodyte that has my hunter's mark with the plus D4 for blessing.
Okay. So 18 total. That will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
And I'll roll for damage and then add 1d6 for hunter's mark.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So 11 total.
All right. So you bring your focus onto this larger troglodyte, knocking another arrow, and you release it as the arrow flies through the air, past Cypress, over Bip, and past Gyro. You watch as the arrow lands into this creature's side on its rib cage, dealing the 11 points of damage. Very nice.
So since that hits, I would like to see if it's possible to roll one of my spells that's only available once it hits, which is Entangling Snare, or Entangling Strike. Which is, next time you hit a creature, at the point of impact, the target must succeed on a strength throw or be restrained by magical vines until the spell ends.
Oh, I think you have to do it like how I have my Searing Smite, or like my Smites, because mine are the same way. It says next time that I hit a creature, but it's like, is yours a concentration?
It's a bonus action.
Yes.
Yeah, so the next time that she hits, the ensnaring strike will trigger.
Okay,
Right,
so
so
the next time I hit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then that's all I'll do.
All right. Make note. All right. Let's see.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. Very nice, everybody. You're almost through it.
Ready to drive to the gas station and get me a pack of cigarettes.
All right, so up next is this troglodyte here. So, all right, so watching as its friends have fallen, you're gonna watch as this troglodyte takes its spear and throws it at Gyro, disengaging, and you watch as it runs towards the water.
What?
This next troglodyte.
He disengaged.
Mm-hmm. This troglodyte here is going to throw its spear onto the ground at Lucius and proceed to follow its comrade. Yep.
So
they are
no
gonna...
attack of opportunity.
Yeah, because they are disengaging. So they make it to the water, and you watch as they jump into the water and run away. Bip, you are up.
Bip is gonna do Bip's little thing and run over to the big troglodyte and try to take a bite.
All right, roll for hit.
Bro, this little fucking dip thing ain't hitting nothing, bro.
Here comes another nat 20. Watch it.
Right? Oof.
Sag.
12.
Sag. Unfortunately, that will not hit, my friend.
Nope. It's like, and then snaps at air.
Bip, you all watch as Bip runs over and starts nipping at this creature's heels. All right, and with that, it is the large troglodyte's turn. Okay, so it is going to attempt to make an attack on Virina and make this wisdom save. Virina, I want you and Gyro to go ahead and roll a perception for me, please.
Oh dear.
And then all of a sudden, Jevil shows up.
And party wipes.
Thanks for saying that.
All right. So,
Blame my role.
as the troglodyte raises its spear and gets ready to plunge it into Virina, you both don't notice as a large beam of energy comes down from the side. Or, yeah, not from, doesn't come down, but it whooshes past you, Virina, and just immediately strikes the large troglodyte. And you watch as its body rears back and then completely disappears. And in its place are the scorch marks that you are all familiar with and have seen.
Oh, hell. Nah, man. We ain't good right now.
I say, did you see that? Where did they go? What happened to that big one?
I want everyone to roll a perception for me, please.
What the hell is going on here? Shield, shield!
And I immediately try to clamber up to Gyro.
I'm gonna look around.
22.
Obviously see nothing.
Damn it.
It's 2, 4, 6. Then we'll get in the Cypress here. And perception. All right. So, Varys, Lucius, after seeing this attack come out of nowhere, you quickly look around and you spot in this corner a mysterious shadow, and you watch as it raises its arm holding a large staff with almost like a pointed cone on the tip of it. You watch as a faint glow dissipates from the tip, and as the staff moves up, you see a thin layer of smoke poof out, and the figure is now gone. The only thing left of its having been here is the large scorch mark where the larger troglodyte was located.
Do I know if this is Fae related in any way?
Go ahead and roll. Actually, no, you don't see it as Fae related, but you do get that same sense that you were experiencing and what you've known of this being the evocation magic that had left the other charred marks in the hallway.
Bless you.
I say, did any of you see what I just saw?
Bless you.
There was a figure over there. You saw it, Varys.
Yeah. What in God's name?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it, my shield.
All I saw was a giant light, and then the monster disappeared. I didn't see a thing.
It was some sort of being clad in all black that had a staff. And from the staff erupted that beam of light that you saw. I say this does not bode well for us. I told you I didn't trust that old giant. Something doesn't seem right here.
I agree.
As you all ponder this magic and the weird twist of this creature having come almost to your rescue as it was about to slay Virina, you are all left to wonder who or what this mysterious figure is. However, glancing around, you see a boat in the water that you would assume is the boat that Bao has spoke of. You gather yourselves as you are covered, as the majority of you are covered in blood and wounds at this point.
Sure.
And you wonder, is this journey going to be something that any of you will ever survive? And with that, until next time.
Wonderfully done, sir.
Wonderfully done, all of you surviving that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys. That was an awesome session.
Fun, guys.
Yeah. Thank you all for also sticking around through, that extended bit of combat. I know we usually wrap up around like midnight, but it's like 12:30, so I don't want to keep you all for too much longer.
All good.
You're fine.
Thank you so much, Danny.
Of course. No, thank all of you for actually making this possible.
Dude.
By Rena, sorry you almost got turned into shish kebab.
Yeah, I felt like a shish kebab too. I could have gotten a splinter and died.
I thought that one of us was gonna die for sure.
Yeah, me too.
Not today, at
Looking
least.
at Virina. All right, guys. I am gonna call it a night, though. Good night.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Love
I
you
love you
all.
all.
Me too. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night. Until next
Love you
week.
guys.
Take it easy. Love you all. Bye.
All right. Good night, all. All right. And with that, that is going to bring us to the end of today's session. I want to thank you all for hanging out and watching, especially as we went further into this session. And I believe everyone had a lot of fun, and I'm excited to see how things proceed as they move to the different islands. I've got a lot of fun stuff cooked up for them, and they're going to start leveling up pretty quickly because a lot of these creatures that I have planned for them are, let's just say, I like more difficult fights or more complicated fights than the low level like swing combat ends. But anyways, thank you all for watching. I hope you guys had fun as we went into and burned midnight oil, going into a 5-hour session instead of the usual 4. So thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. And if you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to come join me when I do this live Friday nights at 7:30. There might be a slight schedule change as we move to potentially a bi-weekly. But more to come on that on the next session. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Enjoy the rest of your nights. And as always, peace, and I'll see you next week. Dab and Kermit.